Hello and welcome to Alan Wake 2. And we're going to be going into the New Game Plus mode, which in this game is not simply things carry over from your previous save and you play the game again from the start to the end and you get the same experience story-wise. In this game, they've actually also added new intros and other aspects to the story as well as you go through. So this is why the stream title doesn't have a different title with part 1, because I'm still continuing on. The nature of how the story works and how the New Game Plus works means that this is part 5, and the title Deja Vu is something that I thought would be good to use. Hey there, Mr. Gote. I hope things are going well. So, I've never done the final draft before. This dropped in December last year, and I didn't get a chance to play it because I just assumed, oh yeah, it's just like any other games, New Game Plus, so I could wait until I was, in 2024. But when I loaded up the game and went to stream it at the start of the playthrough, I realized, oh shit, there's new intro and everything. So yeah, this is definitely a different kind of New Game Plus experience, but let's get into it. First what I want to do is just make some changes with the characters. So I had the jacket, which was the red one. So I'm going to go to the FBI jacket again for Saga, but keep the Oh Dear Dinah sweater. And for Alan, I'll put him back in the default suit. Okay, let's jump into the final draft. So I'm going to play this on normal mode. I played through New Game from start to finish on easy, just to make the playthrough less lengthy, because I knew that if I'm going to do the game twice in a row, the second time being this New Game Plus mode, that I wanted to make the first run through as short as possible. And so that's why I played it on easy, but we're going to play this on normal, the final draft.
Back to the beginning, with the memory of the past loop already fading fast. But while it lingers, I know there's hope. We're not doomed to repeat our failures in an eternal loop. This is a spiral. A fictional poet once said, "Beyond the shadow you settle for, there is a miracle illuminated. I will not settle for a shadow. I'll find the miracle through the night." It's not just victims and monsters. I see now there are heroes as well. We can find our way through the darkness. We will break through the surface. We will emerge into the light.
God.
You wouldn't think so, but Dave Cockle, who plays Geralt in the Witcher games, actually voices Nightingale here in this game. Doug Cockle, I think is his name. I hope I'm getting that right. Hey there, Ryu, welcome back. We are back indeed with the most disgusting of sights. Well, it's funny because there's actually a nudity filter in this game in the options. So yeah, if you have it turned to nudity on, then you see his junk and stuff. So it could be worse for you.
Hey, kiddo. How are you?
I'm good, Mom. How are you?
This trip might take a little longer than I thought. I'm sorry I've been gone so much lately, Logan.
Oh my god, Mom, it's not your fault people get all murdery. What happened?
Just work stuff.
Right. Well, Dad and I are just watching the latest episode of Night Springs here. Mom, it's so good.
No spoilers! I'll let you get back to the show. You were supposed to wait and watch with me. I love you both.
This is what happens when you go on work trips, Mom. Love you too. And say hi to Casey. Tell him to stop brooding so much.
Logan? I will. Bye, kiddo. Logan thinks you should try cheering up.
Snarky kid. Wonder where she gets that from.
It can't be a coincidence that another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Feels like the killer's leaving us a message.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley. You should take lead. Think of me as the backup.
Okay. Any words of advice?
Nothing that would cheer anyone up.
Review Alan Wake 2, The Revenge. Revenge harder.
Here we are. Cauldron Lake.
Time to get to work. A deputy was supposed to be here to show us to the crime scene. There's the car, so where's the deputy?
Eaten by a bear? I'll check out that map. Worth memorizing before we get swallowed up by the trees.
I think I hear someone. Could be our deputy.
I can go take a look.
Quit! Hey, over here. Hey there. Agent Casey, right? Sheriff Breaker said you'd be coming by to take over the case.
You're half right. Anderson?
Saga Anderson. I'll be leading this case. Seems you already know my partner, Alex Casey.
Shoot. Sorry about that, ma'am. I'm Deputy Mulligan. I just figured that, you know, that, Federal agents right here, Thornton. My partner, Thornton, down at the crime scene. He's not what you call the sharpest axe in the shed.
Right here? What do you mean? Are they with you? Oh, shit! They didn't hear me, did they?
You, of course, a nod to Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. Yeah, Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. This time, it's personal.
What can you tell us about the crime scene?
Tell them about the heart.
I was getting to that, Thornton. Well, we reckon there are some organs that are currently outside the victim's person when they should be, well, you know, inside.
Were there any witnesses?
Yeah, a couple out-of-towners. I wonder what they were doing sneaking around the woods at night.
Mention the city folk. It's pretty suspicious.
Not that we have anything against city folk, right, Thornton? But don't worry. Sheriff Breaker took them back to town a while ago.
I want to see the body. How do we get there?
Oh, sure, that's real simple. Just through the hole in the fence, down the hill towards the lake, around the old convenience store. You can't miss it. Everything's been closed since the area was fenced off. The store, the campground, all of it.
Hey, Mulligan, tell them I'm here, waiting. I'll show them around.
They got it, Thornton.
Before we get to the crime scene, there's time to review the facts of the case so far. Make sure I'm seeing the clues clearly.
Well, if the game would let me go into the mine place, I would. But the game's not letting me.
I need to think through the facts of the case.
Okay, now it will.
The mine place. My version of the mine palace technique. To sift through clues and work the case. building the mine place again for each case, using each field office as a model in my head. The facts are on the board. Everything we know about the previous murders. Worth taking another look.
I see you're already hard at work, Anderson. Close to cracking it?
We're just getting started. Let's head down the hill to the crime scene. Hey, Casey. You putting me in charge. Why now?
Look, Anderson, you're a better detective than I am. You've cracked cases that had the rest of us baffled. I don't want to slow you down.
Are you thinking of retiring? You know what happens to cops who say this is their last case.
Mm-hmm. Real funny, Anderson.
Hello, Sheila. Welcome. It's going really good.
Stairs are out. You okay to jump down?
I'm not that old.
How's things going with you, Sheila? Will Alan ever be awake? That is a question that mankind has been trying to answer ever since they woke up. Will Alan ever be awake? Is the question. Yeah, it's going good. I finished off the I finished off the first run through for my annual 2024 playthrough. Now we're on the new game plus mode stuff, and I'm going to do things a bit differently. In the first playthrough, when you could switch to characters at your leisure, I basically played as one for a bit, then switched to someone else. Switched to Alan, switched back to Saga, bounced back and forth. The previous part of this playthrough that I've done, I decided to stick with whichever character the game puts you as and stick to them or stick as them until the game automatically switches you to the other character. Now for this run through on New Game Plus, I'm actually going to do it the other way. I'm going to do it a different way, where when the game switches to Alan, I'll keep playing as Alan for as long as it takes the game to put me in Saga's shoes again. Whereas before, I didn't do it that way. So this will be the third time going through the story and changing how I approach the changing between two characters thing. Sheila, you're good. Just an hour of chill time before you have to get to work. Well, that's good to hear, Sheila. I'm really glad to hear that. That's definitely good that you're able to chill out for a bit.
Fucking nature. Gives me a headache. There's too much sky.
Not a bad place to get murdered.
If getting back to nature is your thing.
Damn. Should have brought an umbrella.
I like the rain. The only thing around here that feels like home.
You think the local law had the sense to put up a tarp?
If they did, next coffee's on me.
Deputy Thornton, I take it.
That's me, at your service, ready to get this case solved. Now the body's behind the store. Come on, I'll show you. So, FBI, huh? That's so cool. Hunting down psycho serial killers and shootouts with the mob?
You forgot the UFO cover-ups.
What? Those are real? You guys hiring?
Thornton, he's joking.
Let's just see this body, shall we?
Now this is the scene of the crime. We found him on the table. And we didn't touch nothing, you know, procedures and stuff.
Thanks, Deputy.
No tarp. You owe me a coffee.
Okay, let's start by examining our guest of honor. Does this fit the MO of the previous murders? Body is positioned on the table. Ritualistic. Another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Coincidence? Bruising on the wrist from the cargo straps holding him down. Incised stab wound. Chest cut open. Heart removed. The killer left the heart right next to the body. Heart removed from chest, strapped by the wrists. Definitely matches the previous murders. But this time the heart and the straps were left behind. More clues to work with. This makes 4 murders that we know about. Large amount of blood on the table. The victim died here. Who is our victim? Who killed him? Need to find more clues. Multiple people were here. Multiple killers? Someone was drinking beer. They spent time here, waiting. Someone left in a hurry. Knocked the tripod over. Was it for a camera? Boot prints, indicating multiple killers. Quite the party. This mug always cheers me up. Any idea who the victim is?
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. He came to town about 13 years ago. Now, I haven't heard a word about him since. Well, until now.
Nightingale? Robert Nightingale?
Oh, yes. You probably knew him. Brothers in arms. Oh, and sisters.
So you knew our victim?
Well, I didn't recognize him in his current state. But yeah, I ran into him a few times at Quantico. Never worked any cases together. After his partner got killed in the field, he went off the deep end. Got the boot pretty quick after that.
So what happened to Nightingale after the Bureau let him go?
I only know the rumors. Depression led to booze, booze led to paranoia. He got some wild ideas in his head, chased ghosts until he fell off the map. Guess he ended up here.
I bet there's more to that story.
But no happy ending.
Nightingale went missing 13 years ago, 2010.
The same as all the other victims.
Certainly fits the pattern. Makes me wonder what was going on that year.
Probably something this town wants to forget.
Robert Nightingale, ex-FBI, came to Bright Falls 13 years ago. They planned for the murder to happen here. passing the time with equipment ready. They were waiting for him. But why Nightingale? He's been missing for 13 years. Why here? Why now? Profiling. Get into the subject's head. See what they saw. Feel what they felt. Use whatever I know about them to guide my intuition to a revelation. Piece it together.
Okay, let's hear from Nightingale.
Agent Nightingale has been MIA for 13 years. How did he end up here?
Up from the lake that's not a lake. It's dark. He was there too. You are not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise.
Robert Nightingale came from the lake, before his murder. Nightingale was chosen as the victim. Why?
Flick the switch, it goes click. Lights are off. But somebody's home. Somebody's home.
This wasn't some random act of violence. This was a ritual. And Nightingale a component. They didn't see him as a person. More like a container for something. The lake is connected to Nightingale somehow. Casey, let's take a look down by the lake. Lead the way.
Sounds good. This way, right?
Right.
Well, okay. Well, I'll just wait here.
This one of your hunches, Anderson? Did something happen at the lake?
I think Nightingale came up from that direction. From the lake. Probably looking for shelter. Safety. They were waiting for him.
When you're ready, I'd love to hear what you put together so far.
Sure. It's not that complicated. Nightingale was out in the woods alone at night, possibly nude. The killers knew he was here, ambushed him, dragged him to the campgrounds, strapped him to the table, cut his heart out. But then they were interrupted by those witnesses, the Bookers. The job is unfinished.
That seems pretty complicated to me. What was this guy doing skinny dipping at this time of year?
Haven't figured that part out yet.
Mm-hmm. Lots of questions.
Lots of answers for us to find.
I didn't know trees got that big. Gives me the creeps.
You need to get out more. It is kind of creepy, though.
So apparently, in New Game Plus mode, there's something different that gets said about this manuscript page, or even something different about the manuscript page. There'll probably be some differences that I won't pick up on because my memory isn't photographic and it's not any other description to say that I remember everything clearly 100% all the time, every time. That you could ask me in 2 years' time if I haven't played this game for 10 years, you know, what happens here, I can't tell you. Well, in about the 20-hour mark of the game, when it's this time of day in the game and all that kind of, I can't do that. But what little I know of what they've changed in the New Game Plus mode, some of the manuscript pages are either different or there's new ones. Or there's different dialogues that are said by characters when they collect them and stuff.
Tracks. Barefoot. Nightingales? They come out from under the boulder.
It makes no sense.
I think he came from the lake. But his tracks make no sense. There's a piece of paper on the ground. A page full of text on one side. Not a printout. Written with a typewriter. Old school. Lines scratched out and edits added with a pen.
Mm-hmm, like a manuscript. Page of a story. The killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us. The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale. And then there was the page they found. The first step down into terrifying depths.
Reading the words. These words felt like a message. Someone knew they were here. Someone playing a game with them. An invitation. How could they not accept, even if they knew it would end up hurting them?
Someone's been watching us.
Playing a sick game with us.
You were right. This is right up my alley. Nightingale came this way. Either he dropped this page, or the killers left it for us.
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale, gone missing here 13 years ago. Now he had suddenly turned up, only to be murdered in a brutal ritual on the very day of their arrival. And then there was the page. This page, the first page that they had found, not the last. The first step down into terrifying depths. Secret truths trembling beyond the threshold. Reading the words, these words, felt like a message. Was a message. Someone knew they were here. What they were doing. Someone playing a game with them. Leading them on. An invitation. How could they not accept? The sheer audacity of this impossible mystery presented to them. Even if they knew it would end up hurting them.
We found a page in the woods. A story about these events. What is Nightingale's role in this?
I carry his words close to my chest now. Inside, the awful truth. You must dig it out.
Something was put inside him. In his chest. I must find out what. Found all I can here. Time to properly examine the body. See what I can find inside. Mom may be gone, but whenever I read this, I feel like she's still here. If only the rest of the Bureau knew what a softy Casey is. Miss you, kiddo. I'll be home soon. My first ever prank on Casey. A true classic. Casey, I think something's been put inside Nightingale's body. Let's tell the deputies to get the body to the town morgue.
Okay.
Whoever wrote that page made sure it read like a story. Like a scene from a thriller.
I hate all of it. The text said we'd find more. I believe it.
But what's the purpose? They're twisting events to create their own narrative. To do what? Entertain some fantasy? Projecting their desires? Are we characters or the audience? Witnesses to their design? All the above?
It's all about control. Deciding what happens to who.
Good.
Don't let it drag you in.
Too late. I'm already hooked. I need the next chapter.
I hope you didn't get stuck in any of those big puddles. Crazy flooding down there, huh? Just like I said.
Deputy, I want the body taken back to town for a proper examination ASAP.
Well, sure, but the coroner won't be back in town for another week after Deerfest.
Not a problem. I'll do it myself.
Oh, and Sheriff Breaker called to say he's got the bookers at the Oh Dear Diner in town. Oh, and I've got a key to the gate. It's a shortcut back to the parking lot just up the hill.
Thanks. Let's get the car, drive to Bright Falls, and talk to these witnesses, the bookers.
At the diner, right? I could use a cup of coffee.
Let's try that shortcut the deputy mentioned.
Sounds good.
Seems like a nice town so far. Murders aside. Pretty woods. Cute lodge we got set up in. We should go for a hike if we get a chance.
Now you're just being mean, Anderson.
Deputies aren't exactly up to the task, but hopefully the sheriff will be more helpful.
Not a surprise about the deputies. Doubt they see much stuff this gruesome.
Is that a kid's lunchbox? An Alex Casey movie lunchbox. Casey hates the endless jokes about coincidentally having the same name as a fake detective.
Alright, so in New Game Plus mode, any fragments that you find respawn, so you don't have to worry that, oh, I've already collected that in my new game, in my original playthrough, so I can't take advantage of it again, but it's good that you can, so you can get more of your upgrades, of course.
Casey's favorite brand. Tastes terrible. Can't fit the clues all together yet. Heart removed, tripod, tracks leading to a dead end.
A tripod? For a camera? To record a snuff film?
Maybe. And why take out his heart just to throw it away?
To stuff in something for us to find.
I'm gonna go check something out. Be right back.
Got it.
Here we are. Let's drive back to town and meet the sheriff at the diner. I can't get that manuscript page out of my head. I've never seen killers reach out so directly before.
Damn impressive work so far. With your technique, these hunches were moving fast.
I wasn't sure about taking a case so far from home, but I'm thrilled to be here for this mystery. Need to swing by the lodge to get anything from the field office?
No, I'm all set.
I'll park there anyway. I want to walk to the diner, get a feel for the town. The diner's just up the waterfront. Shouldn't keep the sheriff and our witnesses waiting.
I smell coffee.
Just how much coffee have you had today, Charlie?
On this New Game Plus part of the playthrough now, I won't be stopping to listen to dialogue.
You.
We'll be the belle of the ball at this year's Deer Fest. Just a few more days. Let me guess. The FBI. Welcome to Bright Falls. It's nice to have you here. I got you both some coffee. Oh, it's Washington's finest.
So, Sheriff Breaker, could we get some ice cold coffee? Some ice cold coffee, Iceman from X-Men? Sean Ashmore played, or I can't remember the character's last name, Bobby Iceman in the first 3 X-Men movies.
Nice to meet you, Sheriff. I'm set for coffee.
You know, I wouldn't say no to another.
I'm Agent Saga Anderson. This is Agent Alex Casey.
Tim Breaker. And let me just say, I'm happy you two are here. Frankly, we could use the help.
Your deputies said you had a couple of witnesses here.
They made them sound like suspects.
Mulligan and Thornton are still on about that? No, the Bookers don't strike me as the murdering type, but you can decide for yourselves. They're just inside having coffee and pie to calm their nerves.
I'll see what they have to say. Casey, you compare notes with the sheriff.
Take your time. We've looked through the case files you sent over, Sheriff. Have you had many people besides the known victims go missing?
Sure. But it's slowed down ever since Cauldron Lake was fenced off.
Let me guess. Missing person cases spiked around 2010. The fence was built just after.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You can go ahead, Anderson. We'll be here.
I can't believe that happened.
Excuse me. I'm Agent Saga Anderson. Are you the Bookers?
That's us. I'm Tammy, and he's Ed.
Hello, officer.
Just Saga is fine, Ed.
So, are we being charged with anything? Because if not, we'd love to get back to our hotel and decompress after what we saw. Take a bath, scream into pillows, that kind of thing.
We're not charging you. I just have a few questions. Nothing to stress about, okay? What were you doing at Cauldron Lake last night?
I'm a writer. True crime. We're here from New York, doing some research on a famous novelist, Alan Wake, who went missing here. I was down at the lake, getting some details. Perfectly legal.
So what did you see in the woods?
This naked dude came out of the lake, and he was acting crazy, shouting weird shit at us. He must have been on something.
Unless skinny dipping at dawn is a thing around here.
Then we heard shooting. We ran into these psychos in deer masks. They were tearing into the naked guy with knives, like some kind of satanic cult. And then we bolted and called the cops.
What makes you say it was a cult?
The masks and knives aren't enough.
They were shouting, "Cult of the tree, the cult of the tree, cult of the tree." Oh, and then we found out. The whole thing was terrifying. That's all.
The cult of the tree. What are the Bookers telling me?
I found their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree back, Tammy.
Finders keepers, Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
Tammy found something. A necklace belonging to one of the cultists. The Bookers were at Cauldron Lake. Why?
The fence was built to hide what's there. They say the rider fell in the lake.
Private party. No trespassing.
My book has questions. Past the bolt cutters.
They broke in for the sake of Tammy's book. Nothing to do with a murder. They were telling the truth. So you found something there, right? A necklace these cultists may have dropped.
Okay. Wow. How did you put that together?
It's evidence. You need to hand it over.
Okay.
Told you not to keep that thing to me.
Thanks. This could prove to be helpful. Do me a favor. Stick around town for now in case we have any more questions.
Like we'd even dream of missing Deerfest.
Oh, God. Saga! Saga Anderson. As I live and breathe. I thought we'd never see you back here after that awful, awful thing happened to your baby girl. How are you? I'm sorry. Who are you? I don't know what you're talking about. It's me, silly. Rose. You know me.
I don't think I do. And what horrible thing happened to my baby girl?
She drowned. Your daughter. That's so weird you don't remember.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Oh, I know what this is. You're blocking out your traumatic memories. Happens on TV all the time.
No. You're mistaking me for someone else.
If you say so.
Hello.
We're dealing with an organized group of... The cult of the tree is behind these murders. This case just became much more complicated. I'll need to start a new file. But it's my first cult case. Exciting.
Whoops, I didn't mean to skip that dialogue. But I mean, we have heard it before in this playthrough. In part 1. but yeah, I'll try to not jump ahead too quickly in these moments here.
I need to know more about the cult of the tree if I'm going to shut them down. Think.
All set? My guys have Nightingale at the morgue if you're ready to go take a look.
Let's go. Well, Casey, I got a lead. Looks like we're dealing with a cult. The cult of the tree.
A murder cult. Fuck.
Have you heard of this cult of the tree, Sheriff?
Only the urban legend. If you're in the woods at night, the cult will get you. That sort of thing.
We're not gonna find out you're the Grand Wizard or something, are we?
I played some D&D back in the day. Wizard was always my favorite class.
Who else to keep this city clean?
Morning,
if
Sheriff.
not I?
Looks like you have some guests.
Who else to protect its citizens from the
morning,
dangers
Ted.
of unsanitary...
Yeah, real important guests. Deerfest. Always draws a crowd, right?
Too true. More the merrier. Have a good one, Sheriff.
Hey, what do you know about that waitress from the diner?
Rose? Yeah, she's a bit of a space case. Always has been. Why? What'd she do now?
She kept saying that my daughter drowned. She even knew my name. It was all very weird.
Rose has a talent for saying the weirdest thing possible. But it's best not to take it personally.
Hey, boss. Corpse is downstairs ready to go.
Yep, in the morgue, all prepped.
I'd like to take a closer look as soon as possible. Lead the way, Sheriff.
I'll be right
Oh,
with
this is
you,
the Bright
sir.
Falls Sheriff Station.
Yep.
Anything you
Just
need,
here to
just
pay my ticket.
let us know.
We appreciate the support, Sheriff.
Agent?
Alright, so it seems that in New Game Plus mode, what doesn't carry over is any items that you collected, like screwdriver or bolt cutters. At least not this early in the game, that is.
Baker wants us to cooperate fully.
Aye, ma'am.
I'm being serious, Nelson.
Oh dear, I am a tourist, and it appears that I'm lost in the woods. If only had a tour guide.
It's going to feel weird, because in the last two playthroughs I've actually, well, I mean, this is still technically my second playthrough. I'm just combining New Game Plus into this playthrough. But I would love to watch these again, but I've already spent time in this playthrough watching that kind of stuff, so I'll leave that for the next playthrough that I'll be doing, which most likely, unless I decide to do a random challenge playthrough or something like that, the next playthrough of this game after this one's done will most likely be in October, but doing an in-depth one.
So we share a morgue with the funeral home next door. It's a shoestring budget. I guess you guys don't have that problem, though. Our only coroner rotates between a few other towns, and he's away this week, but you can handle this, right?
I'm qualified to perform examinations. Yes.
Something about morgues. They always cheer me up.
I can't say I feel the same.
FBI, open up!
Hey there, lighters. Thanks for redeeming both of those. I'm doing really well, thank you, dude. Things are going good. How's things going with you? I hope you're having a good week so far. Thank you for leaving the lurk. It's always muchly appreciated, lighters. Cheers. Yeah. Yeah, plus making good progress. I'm now into New Game Plus mode for this playthrough. I decided to combine doing a fresh playthrough because it's my annual one. Because obviously I like the game, so it's going to become an annual playthrough for me, like Alan Wake 1 is. And so I decided to incorporate the New Game Plus into this playthrough. And so now we're up to that part, but instead of calling this part 1 of New Game Plus playthrough, I'm continuing the part numbers and all that as well, which is very fitting with how the narrative goes.
I can't get through this. Okay. Let's take a look at our patient. I'll start with the external inspection before performing the internal examination. Must be locked from the other side. What was the cause of death? What other clues can the body give me?
Defensive wounds. They put up a fight.
This is interesting because if anyone's seen the movie Seven, the fact that this character is this size and is on a morgue table and being examined. In that movie 7, one of the victims is forced to eat until literally his intestines burst. Imagine that. Someone puts a gun to your head and has the patience enough to stay with you and force you to eat and eat until that happens to you. But yeah, this reminds me of the movie 7 and that particular victim.
This looks like text. A tattoo?
Nightingale didn't strike me as a tattoo guy.
Aha. They did leave something inside his chest. The body shows signs of being submerged in water post-mortem. It doesn't add up. There's writing on here. Can't make it out.
Writing? How'd they manage that?
Time to see what Nightingale's body can tell us. Text is smudged. Looks inverted. Heart can't have been marked before removal. There's definitely something in his chest. Did the killers leave it there?
Hemingway.
It's the same type of page we found at Cauldron Lake.
Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her. The Taken could not see into bright light. Light hurt them, made them vulnerable. Nightingale had no heart, but here he was, killing.
Someone's created a fucked up fantasy about us.
Hey, hold on. We found these kinds of pages. I didn't think they were relevant to this case. I have them right here.
Oh, door. What happened there?
Sheriff?
What the hell?
Show me the clicker.
Didn't see her. Could not see into bright light.
I'll make you pay.
He's coming. No weapon. The page set to get into the light. He can't see me in the light. My gun's out in the hall. Gotta get it back. Vanished.
Hello there, Livy. Greetings, Woken One. Waking up? One day, Alan woke up. But it was not this day, nor tomorrow, nor the day after that, nor the day after the day after that, nor next week, nor the week after that, nor the week after the week after that, nor the month after that week, of which we are now into 6 weeks, but keeping in with saying week to week, then 3 weeks later, therefore making it 2 months later. No. Levy, it's fine. It's all good. It's all in your dreams. How's things, Levy? Welcome on in. Hope it's going well.
He didn't have a heart, but he still got up. The page predicted all of it. It helped me fight him.
He just disappeared? What the hell is going on here?
We need to figure that out if we're going to do anything about it. Somehow we need to make sense of this. There's no rational explanation to what we just saw.
I'd love to blame this on mass hallucination caused by inhaling volcanic gas, but we both know that's bullshit. This was supernatural.
Well, I'm glad you were the one to say it. Now we can figure out a way forward. Right before things got crazy, Sheriff Breaker just vanished.
Maybe the sheriff knew more than he was letting on.
He seemed anxious, like he dreaded what was coming. One more mystery. The victim of a ritualistic murder turns into a monster. Is there a connection?
Looks to me like the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters.
Maybe. We need to start with learning this cult's goal, their purpose.
Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult. A ritual. Saga would learn how. Stop the monster. Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. He was there too. Nightingale was, but wasn't a Taken, a creature of darkness. He was beyond her reach, where some other strange reality, the dark place, merged with ours. This place and the dark place, a tarp thrown over top, drowning everything beneath it, a flood of darkness, soaking into everything, spoiling it, rotting it. The page called this area an overlap. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult, required precise steps, a ritual. Saga would learn how. Stop the monster before he killed again. Her job, he'd be inside, waiting for her.
Levy, pretty good. Just finished the presentation for your studies and we'll probably start writing your next essay later today. Currently also massively procrastinating work because they've been making some very questionable decisions and you sure as hell won't support that. So you're just going to do the bare minimum and then not renew your contract in April. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, it's good to think ahead and be like, well, if this is what they're going to do moving forward, that just do the least that you need to do and then, find somewhere else and find something, that's going to be better and with people that are going to do things the way that it should be done as well. And I hope the writing of your essay goes well. How is that process usually for you? Like, do you collate all your stuff together first, or do you just pretty much fire from the hip, so to speak, and then just adjust as you go along? Or because I mean, essay writing was something that I haven't actually done since high school, and I can't even remember like all the proper way of doing stuff and all that kind of thing in an essay.
The autopsy room was a mess, like a bomb had gone off. Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her under the light, lurched past her. The Taken could not see into bright light. The light hurt them, hurt the darkness in them, made them vulnerable. I flick the switch, it goes click. Show me the clicker, lights are off, but somebody's home. Hemingway brought you here, witch. Get out of my house, Nightingale shouted. A wave of terror crashed through Saga's head. The awful truth. Nightingale had no heart in his chest, but here he was, killing. A monster. The world had lurched out of balance. You found yourself trapped on the far side of the mirror.
A dead man turned into a monster. Light as a way to fight him. Pages predicting the future. There's no rational explanation. This is the case we must solve.
This glitch happened before, where it's too, like the actual piece is too zoom. There we go.
That's not right. Think.
Think, McFly, think. Do you know what would happen if I handed in my work with your handwriting? I'd get fired. Now, you don't want me to get fired, do you? Sorry. Levy, you plan out the essay with basic bullet points and write down your references. Then you just write it out. Proofread it like 3 times and then hand it over and then drop the mic and be like, there we go. Essay done. Well, that's good. It's good that you got like a bit of a plan of attack and something that makes sense to you and can be, or can make things a bit easier. Especially if you get into a groove of what you're doing. Like, obviously, it might take less or more time to do certain aspects of it depending on what it is, but at least if you have a structure that you normally follow or sort of like a guide, so to speak.
The page places Nightingale back at Cauldron Lake. Calls him a Taken. We need to head over there, stop him, before anyone else gets hurt.
Okay.
Why didn't the stranger accept the proposal to go out on a date in Bright Falls? Because they were already a Taken. But
We heard gunshots. Y'all okay?
Did you get spooked by the bodies?
Sheriff Breaker disappeared. Nightingale turned into some sort of a monster, and there are offices down. You two handle things here. We need to get back to Cauldron Lake immediately.
Fuck me. That's terrible. We'll do what we can, ma'am.
That's crazy, right, Thornton? Nightingale's heart was missing. How could he do anything? He's dead.
Yeah, right.
They're a fine pair.
Good day.
My client has been held here long enough.
Nightingale and his cult are dangerous. We need to be prepared in case things escalate more than they already have. Can you call it in, Casey?
A smart choice, Anderson. Yeah, Agent Casey here. Yeah. We need backup. The Bright Falls case? Whoever you can spare. ASAP. Think we'll actually find Nightingale at the lake?
The pages haven't been wrong yet.
We can't assume the person writing these pages isn't playing us.
I agree. But it's our best lead. Mercado won't roll over on the issues.
Nope, he definitely won't. But if you tell him to sit, he will. And if you throw him a bone, he'll do what he can to help you.
Rinse and repeat. Clock out, get a beer. Or maybe 3.
Hell, why not 2 or 10? Considering I've named this part Deja Vu, in an earlier part of the playthrough I actually said the same thing.
I need to come clean, Anderson. I know why Nightingale was here 13 years ago. He was chasing a writer, Alan Wake.
Tammy mentioned him. She's writing a book on his disappearance.
You know the detective character from his books, Alex Casey.
Yeah, I've heard the jokes at the office. Cold case Casey. Murder case Casey. Sorry.
Ha. It's the same name, similar job. It's the first thing anyone thinks of. It annoyed me, but that was it. Then, 10 years ago, I started getting strange letters in the mail. Fragments of prose describing murders. You've heard the stories about what happened in New York. Some of it, at least. Bodies started to pile up. It was a murder cult. Turns out the fragments sent to me were from the crime books of Alan Wake. The cult was copycatting the murders from the books. In their heads, they were performing a ritual to bring Wake back. Their imagined prophet. After that case, I started looking into Wake's disappearance on the side.
And you thought this case might be connected to him? His name does keep popping up.
I just wanted you to have all the facts.
Next time, give them to me before we find ourselves in the middle of a horror story.
Return to the heart.
The
If you
page
say it
says
that way.
Nightingale's in something called an overlap. Need to figure out exactly what that means.
I'm happy I'm not in charge of this mess.
Thanks. Let's start looking for Nightingale where he was killed. The writer of these pages knows what will happen. Because they're behind this, or because they can see what's coming. Impossible things are happening here. A world operating on different rules. I need to understand this strange logic. To see the clues. To solve the case. I've been thinking more about the cult of the tree. What sort of cult refers to themselves as a cult?
In my experience, they don't.
We're not seeing the full picture yet.
Hey, hello there. How are you folks doing?
Those restricted area signs don't do a damn thing, huh?
Hello. Saga Anderson. Are you two supposed to be here?
I'm Ilmo Koskela. Fantastic to meet you. And yes, Stephen here hired me to show him through the woods. He's in town on important government business. Fixing this impressive piece of hardware.
I work for the FBC, ma'am. I'm authorized to be here.
And I bet you two are here about that murder. Nasty stuff. How's it going?
I think he's pretty much in control of Redacted. That's on a need-to-know basis. Oop. Aw. R-E. Sorry, I'm just throwing out some control puns. Levy, so how has your day been so far? Oh, it's been good, Levy. Yeah, it's actually been a little bit cooler. So that's been good. And I hadn't gone to, well, here it's Hungry Jack's, but it's basically Burger King. Hadn't actually gone there for anything for a while, so I decided to have something there for breakfast. So that was good. And finished off the first, I guess, sometimes I say phase or portion or whatever, but of this playthrough, starting from afresh, because it's my annual playthrough and New Game Plus mode doesn't just carry things over for you. It also adds some additional things here and there, and story changes apparently. And it had a different intro, narration, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's been going really good. Nothing wrong with Burger King. Oh yeah, yeah, they do have some nice stuff.
How did you hear about the murder, Ilmo? Do you know anything that could help us?
People tend to tell me things. The Koskela brothers are kind of a household name around here. Speaking of, if you're looking for some fun, stop by Watery. Just down the road from Bright Falls, there's our Coffee World amusement park. There's sauna ja vihta. And we offer a variety of guided tours, hunting, fishing, hiking, whatever strikes your fancy. You name it, we probably got it.
What is this thing?
It's just a monitoring station, ma'am. The Federal Bureau of Control checks volcanic activity and air toxicity levels. No need to worry, though. It's mostly for research purposes.
That's one gorgeous weather saga. Looks Nordic. I bet a family member made it.
My mother made this sweater for me. How do you know?
I knew it. My mom used to knit those sweaters for me and my brother. Watery, my hometown, was founded by Finnish immigrants. So between your name and the sweater, I figured your family might be from Finland too. Suomi, Finland. Pulla, Karjalan piirakka.
Close. My mom's family is from Sweden originally. I don't know much about them beyond that. The sweater is just something to remember her by. Stephen, we're investigating a murder that occurred nearby. What can you tell me about your bureau?
Nothing that isn't classified, I'm afraid. But I don't know anything about a murder. Operations here are run by a different department. I'm just here to make some repairs. The wiring on this thing frays every couple months.
Yep, that's the raccoons. They grow real big here with teeth like you wouldn't believe. Can't gnaw right through a garbage can.
Thank you. I need to head out.
Raccoons, eh?
What the hell is this?
What'd you find there, Stephen?
Nothing. Just something that shouldn't be here. Raccoons, my ass.
Yeah, I heard there's a whole city full of them in some universe.
Let's get to the murder site, Casey. A lot of things about this case keep bothering me. But one thing feels really off. Breaker's disappearance. I don't get the feeling Nightingale was responsible.
He was about to give you more of those pages. Something didn't want us to have them? Or was protecting him from Nightingale? Spontaneous combustion? I don't know. Not the kind of disappearance we normally solve. Our crime scene's drowning. I never minded rain. Feels like home.
No sign of Nightingale. But the page did place him at Cauldron Lake, in an overlap. So how do we follow him there?
Maybe something around here will tell us.
After we find Nightingale, what then? I've never arrested a monster.
I've watched you arrest plenty of monsters, Anderson.
You know what I mean. Monsters. Light worked against him at the morgue. That might be the only way to stop him from hurting anyone else.
Livy, you seem to have lost one of your notes. Oh no. Hopefully it's not one of those really noteworthy pages that you've got. You had them all stacked, but you guess you must have dropped them at one point. Oh no. Hopefully you can get them all. You just hope he didn't throw it away. Oh, could you imagine if that happened? Like, especially, you know, if something gets mixed up with another thing and it looks similar. It was the main one? Oh, of course.
Monsters? Overlaps? Rituals? What do you make of all of this?
The killers are usually the ones performing the ritual, not the detective. Acting out their sick fantasy. They may be trying to get you involved, forcing you into their twisted world.
But with dead men coming alive, the word ritual starts to have more weight behind it. We need to look around. Learn what this ritual is.
Take a look around.
We've seen this symbol before.
Good eye.
Bare feet. Nightingale. I'll see where these footprints lead. Can you comb through the crime scene one more time, KC? Just in case?
On it. If anything comes up, I'll radio you.
I don't know. I wouldn't say they're bare feet. They look human to my eyes. Huh, maybe they're not. Maybe they are bare feet. Olivia, you found it. It was under the yoga mat, and your dog was sitting on top of it. Nice. Here we go. So this is a manuscript page that's not in the game until you do the New Game Plus.
Saga bent down to inspect the body on the table. Somehow it felt familiar. The straps, the heart, the mutilated corpse laying on the rain-soaked wood. Like deja vu. She chased the source of the feeling. Found nothing. None of the victims from her past cases resembled this one. It didn't feel like anything from her past. More like something from a dream. From a life she could barely remember. Maybe one that wasn't even hers. Then the feeling passed. Like a shadow in the trees shifting with the wind. Saga blinked, shook the feeling from her head. She turned her focus back on the work. There was a lot to do. Casing the deputy were watching her. She had a feeling this would be an exciting case.
Livy, she was very offended when you moved her. It's like, oi, I was relaxing here. What are you doing? I'll make note of this for future reference. One day, Nalu might be running around with a note in her mouth. Actually, I don't wish that upon you because you wouldn't want that to happen with very important documents.
lunchbox again. Who's leaving these out here? The tracks lead into the water. Where'd he go from? I can feel something. A presence. Nightingale isn't far. What is that? Seems like it's reacting to the light. These aren't the same tracks that were here before. They're headed into the tree, not out of it. My flashlight burned the dark stuff away. It was covering another page.
The fuse was in place. Saga stepped into the witch's hut. Inside, a bright light. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them.
The witch's hut. Okay. I trust the pages to lead me to the overlap.
The witch's hut? Wonder if they have Gwent there.
Light is the key. To stay safe. But for something more to be revealed as well.
So what you're saying is, if light is the key, does that mean that it's not heavy?
The fuse was in place. She found it among the junk in the forest. Saga stepped inside the witch's hut. Something rushed through her. A presence. Familiar. She couldn't quite place it. Something long forgotten. She tried to hold on to it, but it was already gone. Inside, a bright light. Saga felt safe. Like nothing could hurt her here. There were objects that stood out to Saga as if the light had manifested them, pulled them from the darkness. A shift in reality, heavy with hidden meanings. A coffee thermos, a shoebox, a mop and a bucket, a poster on the wall, and in the cabinet, another manuscript page.
Stan, a presence I haven't felt since Leaves in a Hurry. Wonder what Vader meant by that when he said, since leaves in a hurry. Not too sure. I mean, I know that leaves exist in the Star Wars universe because there's like, forest planets like Endor and stuff like that, but I think that's a mystery that we'll never solve. How's it going, Stan? Welcome on in.
I know Nightingale is somewhere around Cauldron Lake.
The tree was a threshold. This place and the dark place. You're in over your head. Next stop, Caldera Street Station.
The threshold. Like a doorway. Leading to Nightingale. It's somehow connected to a tree. Witch's ladle?
Stan, they were brothers. I'm calm. I'm okay. The emphasis on presence reminded you of that scene. Yes, sometimes they can be expensive as well.
Is Witch's ladle the doorway into the overlap? If so, that's where I'll find Nightingale. I need to find the witch's hut. the witch's hut.
Anderson, thought I saw something in the woods. Probably just a deer, but I'm gonna check it out.
Okay. I found another page. Following up on a lead. Keep checking in.
Roger.
The page described the hut being lit and mentioned a fuse. This fuse is busted. This one looks good. People should really stop littering, though. Another page. Making progress.
The image of the witch in the sign. Saga addressed the witch. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign. Witch's ladle, towering over Saga, watching her and the witch. The image of the witch in the sign. Nightingale's heart, a cold, dead lump in her hand. Her definition of sanity had changed since she arrived in this town. But she trusted the pages. Was forced to. Saga addressed the witch. She squinted to read the first part of the ritual words. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. The words she had read on the page. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign. This was the key. The tree was the threshold. The writer of the first word, not the writer of the last. With the terror of the light and the shadow cast. The third eye now open to project the night. This is the moment to write. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone.
Nice, that's another manuscript page that is in New Game Plus mode only. However, the words of that can be found in the game itself, even outside of the New Game Plus mode.
The page from the witch's hut seems to be describing some kind of ritual. Nah. To get into the overlap, I need to find Nightingale's heart. Read the line imprinted on it, plus the line on the page to the witch's ladle sign. Then push the heart through the hole in the sign. Nightingale's heart disappeared from the morgue. Where is it now? I need Nightingale's heart to get to the overlap. Where is it?
The cultist leaned close. He was there, but he was risen. Nightingale was there. The opposite of sunspots. Who said that?
That's not it. I don't have what I need to find Nightingale's heart. There must be more. Nightingale's heart. Where is it?
While they played cards in the general store, the witch had stolen his heart. Get out of my house.
Nightingale's heart is at the general store, in a fridge. I need to check the general store for the heart.
Casey, I'm headed to the general store. I think I know how to get into the overlap.
Roger that. I followed some ATV tracks in the woods and got a bit turned around.
Did you get lost?
I've only been lost once in my life, Anderson. The years I spent with my ex-wife. I'll find my way back, don't you worry about it.
Alright, so this is New Game Plus, of course, so any charms that we had and any weapons that we had unlocked or found is available to us at this point now. So this is when you can access those weapons. That's pretty cool. Mayor Setter Charm marks all nearby resources and points of interest on Saga's map. Deer Charm increases resilience against being staggered or interrupted. I definitely want that, because I hate in this game when you get friggin' knocked back. And also enemies can friggin' stun lock you, knock you down, before you can get back up, hit you again, knock you down, before you can get back up again, hit you again, knock you down. It's like, come on. These coffee mug charms, they're really cool. Basically, when you die,
General store. I need to check it out.
they bring you back to life. Sheila, you have to get to work now. I hope to catch you later. That's okay, Sheila Locke. I don't know how long I'll be doing a stream of this for, but it might not take me as long to do certain things, because I'm not going to be interacting with every audio file that can be played again. Like when you meet a character and they say some dialogue that has some kind of relevance to the case or a clue, on the board you can actually replay that little section of audio again. So I don't need to do that kind of stuff. But I might still be streaming when you get back, depending. But if not, thank you so much for being here. Hope that work goes well. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Sheila Locke's channel. Doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag at the moment. Isn't allowed to fast travel in that game. Not even using the small boat that is on land to fast travel directly to your ship. Can't even do fast travel with that. And that is definitely a difficult thing when you have to go and go everywhere without the fast travel. But also, he's not allowed to get any upgrades for Edward or the ship as well. So if you've played that game before, with the ship combat and everything, and how powerful forts and other ships can be, playing through that game and not upgrading the ship is definitely a challenge. Also, I'm a fan of horror games. He plays Dead by Daylight, as well as the supermassive games Until Dawn, Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry as well. So highly recommend. A great streamer with a great channel. Lantern Charm adds 1 charge to Saga's flashlight. Valhalla Nursing Home Charm increases effectiveness of painkillers and trauma pads. Coffee World Token Charm increases quality and quantity of resources found. Ah, yes, this will definitely come in handy. Hammer Charm attacks staggered enemies more often, or increases maximum health. I'm going to go for maximum health. There we go, and let's carry over these items across. A rocket flare. Pretty much it's a flare that you can aim at an enemy and then shoot at them with it. Alrighty then, so this was my first playthrough in October last year, and where I saved it, for the rest of that playthrough, I didn't actually use the manual save function. And this is the save file for my second playthrough, which this still is. However, I'm now doing the New Game Plus, and I've combined it with the playthrough. So I think, at least for this playthrough, I think what I want to do, because sometimes I like to keep a, I don't know what's the word I'm thinking of, when you want to keep something not because it necessarily has any value, but it has some kind of like connection to it, or like the first time you played through a game and you want to preserve. That's right, preserve. I want to preserve my first playthrough's save file, and so this is what I've been saving on for this playthrough. But I think even though I'm on the same playthrough, I'm going to go to the third save and use this. So it took me about 31 hours and 23 minutes to actually finish the first playthrough I did in October. It took me about 20 hours and 27 minutes to finish this time around. But, as I said, even though I'm saving in a third slot for the New Game Plus, I'm still counting this as just my second playthrough in total. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Hope things are going well. It's going good. Yeah, it's really going good. And we've reached the point in the game where you can get the weapons that you achieved. And so that's good. So I got that equipped. And some extra items that we got from finishing the game. And found 2 manuscript pages so far that isn't in the regular game. So it's been good. Yeah. How's things going with you? Hey, Rosie. How's things going? You do that too as well as Cindy? Yeah. I don't blame you. And it's like sometimes it can't be helped, but other times you like to preserve it as long as possible. So what did it save it as? The final draft returned to the heart. Oh yeah, the final draft. Cool. So it designates that. Well, that's the name of the New Game Plus. So it designates it for the save file. That's good. Minus 27 Celsius today, Rosie. That's not that cold. No, just kidding. Hey, Alameos, you awake enough? I don't know. Not too sure. Maybe the darkness will take me away, and I'll become a taken, and I won't awaken. Thanks for redeeming that, Alameos. Listen, are you doing all right? You woke up like 2.5 hours early at about 4 a.m. your time and managed to get back to sleep an hour before the alarm. You're sleepy? Oh. So it's sleepy. That's sleepy, is it? Well, I'm glad you're doing all right. But yeah, waking up that early, and that's 4 a.m. as well, damn. Well, it's good that you're able to get back to sleep. But then again, an hour before the alarm, yeah. Rosie, that's like a Halloween reference, isn't it? You're close. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting with that because it's been used in a lot of stuff, and um, the the sort of way that it's done sometimes is sort of like fast, but they did some variations in the Friday the 13th movies where they might have like sped it up a bit, like or they changed the sound differently, like ch 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 cha cha, something like that. Listen to Sleepy and Alan Wake stream, blasphemy. It really is blasphemy. Yeah, and because I'm still in the same playthrough, I'm still counting this as the same playthrough. It meant that with the title of the stream, I decided to make the title name be DéJà Vu, and continue the part number from the previous stream, even though that's when I actually finished, got to the end in this playthrough. But now we're in the New Game Plus, of course. Wanted to keep the parts going.
A creepy twig sculpture? A locked box. Is that the cult of the tree symbol on it? Wonder what's inside. I should take a look around for a way to open this thing.
Huh, my memory worked.
Notes and ammo. Looks like they're tools of the trade.
Can't believe it. My memory actually worked and remembered the symbols for that. Don't expect that to happen though when I play it in October again, which is most likely the next time I'll play this game. You watch in the next playthrough, I'll be spending like 20 minutes trying to friggin' go back and forth in here, have a look. What was the symbol here again? Oh, da, 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 da. Or then again, maybe it might be like that puzzle in Alan Wake 1, where whenever I play it, I'm paranoid that I'm going to forget the combination of what to do. But yeah, normally what you would do is you'd read the note, and then it gives you a clue as to where to look for a symbol, and then you just put each symbol in, and then voila. Or voila. Voila, 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 voila. I can't say that word today for some reason. Voila. No. Give up. I'm going the wrong way again. Where's the... Yeah, I am going definitely the wrong way. Let's go back this way. Voila. Ah, so that's what it is. Voila. Voila. Walaka. Alright. Good thing I'm not navigating someone in a vehicle telling them where to go. But like, Rod, why do we go around the same roundabout over and over again? Oh, that's right. Whoops. Sorry. Yeah, you go right. But you said that last time. Yeah. Try left then this time. Maybe that'll work.
Christ!
Watch in the night!
Stop!
Trees living in the woods!
A cultist. A monster. Like Nightingale.
Oh, shit. I used the battery. I didn't want to. Alright, so in this game, when you pick up the ammo, of course, it automatically reloads your gun. I was kind of hoping to only use those 2 shotgun shells for that shotgun, and then I could, you know, not have 2 shotguns in the inventory. But we'll just leave it at that.
Saga edged toward the broken door, her gun ready, flashlight aimed ahead. Nightingale said it would be here. The Cauldron Lake General Store was overgrown, left to rot. Saga thought about the cult of the tree. They had been here, waiting, planning a gruesome ritual murder. Meanwhile, they played cards in the general store, like it was just another late-night poker game. Saga stepped closer to the door. Had the animal broken it? There was a loud crash. Saga found herself face to face with a cultist, a hulking figure in a raincoat. We watch in the night, wild eyes behind a plastic deer mask, an axe in his raised hand.
Yeah, listen, to auto reload. I was hoping it was like, you know, in the Resident Evil games where you have 2 shotguns and you're like, right, I'll just use the ammo I've got in one shotgun and then put that shotgun into the storage chest and never use that one again, but still keep the other one, you know. I was hoping to do that, but the game was like, we automatically load your weapon again when you pick up ammo. Something I've noticed is for lack of a better word, the resources that you can get to upgrade your weapons. I've noticed that they don't give you as much in the New Game Plus version. Or maybe it's because I'm playing on normal and I forgot in my first playthrough, which I did on normal, that this is the case, because in this playthrough I started a fresh save and did it on easy mode so that it wouldn't take me as long to get through the game, so that when I got to the New Game Plus mode, I could get to it as quote-unquote quick as possible. So maybe that is a factor, more so than the fact that we're doing New Game Plus now, the difficulty. But it's kind of cool. I've already got these 2 out of action and ready for more. Hang on. I just noticed something. Oh. Okay, of course. So, yeah. Fucking hell. Tunnel vision brain. Well, not tunnel vision brain, but tunnel brain, where it's like, New Game Plus, how could I be so silly and not realize that, of course, New Game Plus being what it is, what I earned in the first playthrough and the second playthrough is coming into play in this. No wonder why I'm like, hang on, how come I've got these two? So we've got out of action, deals increased damage to enemies that are stunned, blinded, and knocked down, and ready for more. Kill an enemy to restore health. The amount of restored health depends on the strength of the enemy. So no wonder why I don't have as many things to use, because we've already used a lot. And we've also got this for the bow. The crossbow fires 2 bolts before needing to be reloaded. Yeah, it's just one of those things because my mind is like, right, okay, so we need to start a fresh save for the new playthrough, and then when that's finished, we can do the new game plus. And of course, just thinking that what we get in the game in which we're starting from scratch, because the new game plus is actually a separate thing in the menu. It's not something where you load up your previous save where you finished the game and it asks you if you want to start new game plus. It's literally just a different part of the menu. So of course it would take into consideration any previous playthroughs you've done. But anyway, that's a good thing though. Means I know that I've already got some of the things from the first playthrough.
The text on the heart is clearer now. Legible. I feel like I recognize this. The fridge. The heart. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream. And now I need to give the heart to the witch. Makes total sense.
Yep. It's like puzzle games where it's like, okay, so to get through this wall, you would think that you would have to get some dynamite, right? Nope. What you need to do is you need to get a bicycle pump, and then you need to get a basketball, and then what you do is you connect the basketball to a elephant, and then the elephant gets scared from the popping of the balloon because a jet fighter pilot flies past and shoots it, and then that's how you blow through the wall.
Found the heart in the fridge. Just like the page said I would. Sounds literary. But what does it mean?
Yeah, listen, if it's like puzzles be like, have this logic, work through this logic.
Casey, there are cultists in the area. They're taken, like Nightingale. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'm still finding my way back.
You have the worst sense of direction.
Any city in America I can get through drunk and blindfolded. It's these damn trees.
Okay. I'm en route to Witch's Ladle. I need to perform a ritual to open the overlap. This case just keeps getting weirder. But it is exciting.
Welcome to normal mode. Which is really hard mode. And easy mode is really normal mode. Listen, you're not ready for Madhouse today. Normal is beating you up, but the show must go on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's that thing where you know that you can do it. You know that you've done it.
There's another lunchbox.
But it's just like, you start to remember, yes, this is what it's like. You get to that point where you're just like, yeah, it's been a while since I did it. And then when you redo it, you're like, must have blacked this part out. Blocked this part out. Redacted this part out. There's a few things that would be good if they patched into this game. One would be the option to at least turn on or off the mini-map. So you wouldn't have to keep on looking at the map and making sure you're going in the right direction. For people like me who need that, of course. I'd rather have the option to toggle the mini-map on or off, depending on when I need it. So in this game, if you're inside a light like this, they can't see you at all. But if you shoot at them, then the light actually goes out. And exactly. This is why I don't do this. That's it. And the games, they will quickly remind you.
Fucking monsters. The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. I brought you the Heart Witch. Show me the terror. Casey, I think I'm in the overlap. Are you still on your way? Casey! Casey, do you read me? Fuck. Okay, Saga. Going in solo.
I appreciate the little touches. If the clues you've collected, whatever's related to those clues, if you end up doing them and then going into the mine place and then you go into this part, basically it'll automatically put where things need to go because you've already done it.
Logan? Logan! Where are you? What the fuck was that? Logan's back in Virginia. You're imagining things.
Please help me.
What was that? Wait. Did I get turned around? No, this is right. This place is looping. Like a nightmare. Need to find Nightingale.
I don't know now which was the one that I just picked up.
The rider went into the lake, banished the dark presence. Taken still lurked in the woods. The dark place receded. The current pulled back those with darkness inside, into the lake. Nightingale was there, one of them. The dark presence, Jagger had taken him. The witch had stolen his heart. They sank beneath the waves. The dark place, wandering in the shadows, muttering to themselves. It's dark. I'm lost. Where am I? Who am I? I can't remember. It's cold. Premium cabins for rent in Bright Falls. Who said that? Can you hear me? I need help. Please. Stop this. What did I do? You must dig it out. Their shape shifted. Echoes of the writer's dreams. Fading in, fading out. The next story and the story after that. The writer was writing again. Witch's Ladle. Towering over Saga. Watching her and the witch. The image of the witch in the sign. Nightingale's heart, a cold, dead lump in her hand. Her definition of sanity had changed since she arrived in this town. But she trusted the pages. Was forced to. Saga addressed the witch. She squinted to read the first part of the ritual words, the smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory, the words she had read on the page. I brought you the heart witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign. This was the key. The tree was the threshold.
He's here. Nightingale.
Trapped here. To escape. Danger.
Who is that? It's like they're coming in over a bad signal. Nightingale's badge.
Nightingale and Saga. The writer was writing again. What had stolen his heart?
Oh shit! What the hell is that? Need to get away.
Free shots. Nice. I'm glad he got stuck. Welcome to normal mode, which is actually nightmare mode really in disguise, or hard mode, rather. Enemies take 50 shots.
Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
Hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI. I can hear you.
Cauldron Lake.
Yes, I'm at Cauldron Lake. Where are you?
How to escape. In danger. The dark presence.
Danger. Thanks. Got it.
Hey! Are you okay?
No! It's my fault! It got out with my face! Scratch!
Sir, calm down. I'm gonna need you to take a breath.
He's changed the story. The dark presence. We must stop it before...
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've been...
Wake? Where did you come from? You've been missing for 13 years.
13.
Anders, where did you go? All of a sudden, the radio stopped working, and then that flooding just disappeared. Crazy forest. Is this who I think it is?
Casey, say hello to Alan Wake. Mr. Wake, this is Special Agent Alex Casey. He'll escort you to our car. Casey, I'll meet you there, right after I take a look around. If the flooding's receded, there might be evidence we missed earlier.
Okay. See you there.
Alex Casey? How? Am I still... Is this the dark place? No, it can't be. I got out.
Yeah, the PI from your books has the same name as me. Great. Moving on. It's a bit of a hike to the car, Wake. Just get your bearings, then we'll head out.
I need another minute. Cauldron Lake. I thought I'd never see this place again.
Take your time. But you should know these woods aren't the safest.
Yeah. It's getting dark. You have a flashlight? It's not safe without a light.
I have a light. And a gun. You can relax, Wake.
And pages. If you see pages of writing anywhere, you must take them and keep them safe. Our lives could depend on it. They have vital information.
We know about the pages, Wake. We'll keep an eye out for them.
Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. It's okay.
Take your time.
Should look around. With the flooding gone, could be further clues out there. The flooding disappeared very suddenly. I wonder if there's any connection to the overlap.
to Nightingale. The cult is leaving supplies around for themselves. The cult doesn't see their victims as people. Nightingale goes missing for 13 years, shows up murdered, and then turns into a monster. After I stop Nightingale, a rider who's also been missing for 13 years turns up. What's the connection? What kind of case is this? These stashes could contain clues about the cult. Better keep an eye out for more.
So on this mode, wolves take 20 hits. Not New Game Plus mode, normal mode, which is actually hard mode. And then Nightmare mode is actually ultra hard mode. And easy is actually normal mode.
Even the animals are turning into monsters.
Hey, Spicy Chicken, welcome. Hope it's going good.
There's something written here. A poem? Or a riddle?
I don't like doing these, so I'm not going to do them.
We've reached the car, Anderson. How's it going down there?
I think I'm done here. I'll meet you at the parking lot. Another one of those rhymes. Hey there, Mr. Deer. You remind me of a dream I had.
An overlap of the dark place needed a push from both directions to manifest itself. Reality in our world eroded by repeated dark lore tied to a location, and a counterpoint, a work of art, a horror narrative crafted in the depths of the dark place, connecting to the story on the other side to reach out through the weakened veil. A story of a lawman whose heart was cut out of his chest, two corrupt men killed by their own twisted ambition, a haunted old woman drowned in a bathtub, twisted reflections on the other side of the mirror, arcs stabbing through realities, amplifying the influence of the dark place. These elements working in conjunction made a trickle that became a torrent, a wormhole, a vortex, and the art, the map, became the nightmare territory where the dark place encroached on our reality, a blanket over it, where they all overlapped, causing reality to twist and loop like a bad dream, remolding anything and anyone within its dark horror design.
Another one of those lunch boxes.
Held it together.
I'm not done here yet. I need something to cut this.
Alright, so it doesn't carry over any items at any point, it seems, in the game. So, for example, the point in the game in which you get the bolt cutters, you have to get them again at that point in the game, even on New Game Plus. It doesn't carry over, which I guess is fair enough. But at the same time, it's a bit like, really? But at the same time, it's not a big deal. Unless you would rather not have to worry about waiting until that point in the game to get extra stuff.
You ready to go?
Mr. Wake, we're taking you back to our field office in Bright Falls. You can freshen up there, and then we'll talk properly.
Hey, Mom. Before you say anything, I'm totally fine. Don't freak out. Dad shouldn't have even texted you.
Logan? No one texted me. What's going on?
I'm totally fine. I slipped, that's all. God, it's not the end of the world.
Put your father on the phone.
Okay. Dad, it's Mom.
Don't worry, hon. Logan slipped in the shower and bumped her head. She has a slight concussion, but I'm keeping an eye on her. Lucky I heard her fall. She could have drowned.
Jesus, David. Why didn't you call?
I tried. It didn't go through. She's fine, really. But what about you? You sound stressed.
No, it's, just weird case, that's all.
Well, if you need a hint, my years of board game victories tell me Colonel Mustard did it.
I'll keep an eye out for him. Love you, Dave.
Love you too, honey. Want to say bye to Logan?
Just tell her I love her. Bye for now. Is there anyone you'd like us to reach out to, Mr. Wake? You've been gone a long time.
No. They'd be in danger. It'll come for me.
Okay, let's talk about something else. Robert Nightingale. Do you know him? You were both here in 2010.
The Dark Presence got him back then. That's the last time I saw him. 13 years. Fuck me.
Tell us about the pages. You had what looks like a title page with you. Return. Is this the name of the story on these pages? The writer's name has been scratched out pretty violently, but your name can still be made out underneath.
Scratched out. Yeah. Scratch.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember. It's a crazy jumble, like a nightmare. It doesn't make sense.
have a great show for you here tonight. Alan Wake is here. Alan Wake, one of my all-time favorite writers and guests on the show. He's here to talk about his latest book. Oh! And as usual, our house band, Old Gods of Asgard, is here. Take it away, you crazy Vikings!
Was I on a talk show tonight? Waking up in places with no memory of how I'd gotten there. It was out of control. I didn't need another mugshot in the fucking tabloids. Had I already done the show? Was that a recording?
Hey there, Cody. Welcome on in. How's things going?
Warm welcome to Mr. Alan Wake.
I felt a strange pull toward the TV.
Well, that's excellent, Cody. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. As for me, I am too. Things are going well. We're in New Game Plus territory now. I finished the first portion of this playthrough, starting from scratch again, and finished it. And then at the start of this stream, started the New Game Plus phase. And I've kept the parts going in the stream title. So instead of doing Alan Wake 2, a New Game Plus Part 1, just continued on. So this is Part 5 of the overall playthrough that I started recently. Cheers, Cody. You got the New Game Plus also? Nice. Cool. Spicy Chicken, is New Game Plus any different to the normal game? It is, yeah. There's manuscript pages that aren't in the regular, and also there's a different narration at the start, and then there's all these other different things too.
Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Alan Wake.
Oh! Alan! Good to see you, Alan. Great to see you. Welcome back to the show. Come on, sit down. Woo! Oh, man. It is so good to see you, Alan. This must be an exciting time for you. Tell me, does it ever get old?
Sorry, does what get old?
Publishing a new book. Are you okay there, my friend? You look like you've been cooped up in the writer's room for a few too many years.
This is exactly how I feel.
You know, I've waited so long to get my hands on the sequel to Departure. You left us on quite the cliffhanger. We've all been dying to know what "it's not a lake, it's an ocean" really means.
You and me both.
Well, our wait is over. Your new book, Initiation, hits the shelves tomorrow.
What?
That's exactly what every reader will be asking. This book is mind-bending. It's so cerebral. I mean, how would you describe it? An auto-fictional thought experiment? A horror story? A postmodern detective story?
Wait. This isn't right. I haven't written anything.
He's so humble.
Okay, you got me. Good prank, very funny. But yeah, sad to say, I've not written this. I'd remember if I'd written a book, right?
Or maybe it was written by your evil double. Well played, man! That is spot on! Playing the role here. Pretending the world of the book overlaps our own. That's very meta indeed. You see, Initiation tells the story of a fictional writer named Alan Wake, who is trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to find the manuscript of a novel he has forgotten he has written. The book is set in New York, but it might not be New York at all. He is tormented by his dark doppelganger and guided by visions of a fictional detective he has written. That's right, Alex Casey is in this book as well.
I guess we'll just keep doing this the whole show. The joke's on me.
But isn't that what you sign up for with autofiction? No, but seriously, I found the
the structure of the reality you build in the book fascinating. It reminded me of The Matrix. I mean, the writer is physically in his writer's room, trapped there, and he projects himself out to this dark dream of New York through the story he is writing. Like astral projection. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Go on. I should be taking notes here. This is great stuff.
Notes to that other Alan Wake in that room writing this as we speak? Are we all in your story, Alan? Wow. No, I wish you every success with your new book, Alan. I hope it's as successful as your best-selling Alex Casey series. Initiation hits the shelves tomorrow. After this, I'm sure we'll all be eagerly awaiting the culmination of this hero's journey trilogy of yours. A book called Return, perhaps. Man, thank you for one of the strangest interviews of my entire career, Alan. All this talk of meta-narratives. I have to expect them to disappear once this scene ends.
Hello? I'm losing it. Something's not right here. I needed to get home. To Alice. What the hell was that interview? Some kind of joke? Initiation? I never wrote a book called Initiation. This felt like a bad dream. Could make a good horror story. Old Gods of Asgard. That name sounded familiar. I was a mess. I'd never heard of this talk show or Mr. Door before. None of it felt right. Was I losing my mind?
Time is broken here. Maybe time never worked the way we think it does. It loops around, and yet it goes forward. A spiral. I thought I was finding remnants of the earlier loops, earlier drafts of my writing. Murder sites that I had left clues, mementos for myself to guide me on, but maybe that's only part of it. If time is not a straight line, then there are loops beyond these loops. Vast complex superstructures beyond what's happening to me now, ahead of me. And I'm there as well, a version, something. I have become some elevated, enlightened version, an archon, a demiurge, a demon of some sort playing a secret game, building something, his past self upon to get him there. A deus ex machina pushing me there. I hate the idea of crazy, intrusive thought. And yet, no crazier than anything else here.
Which version of myself was I? Where was I in this grand loop?
Hey Hermione, welcome. You want to play this game? Nice. I don't blame you. I hope that when you get to it, that you enjoy it. I'm into New Game Plus territory now, so I'm still including it, or sorry, I should say I'm still classifying it as one playthrough. This is my second playthrough, so doing New Game Plus in addition to already having finished the game a second time, I figured I may as well just combine it all into one big playthrough. And New Game Plus has been interesting. There's been some extra stuff story-wise that's been added to in different aspects and things.
There was something in the studio with me. I had to get out.
This is the The witch wants to lead you on.
Waking up from the nightmare, I felt like a drowning man gasping for air. This place felt familiar. A ghost of a memory surfaced, about riding here for countless days.
A drowning man gasping for air. A drowning man will clutch at a straw. I like the mirroring or sort of like parallel reality versions of certain quotes in Alan Wake 1 and this game.
Plotboard for mapping out a story. On the index cards, the nightmare that just happened to me. A summary of the story so far. But other notes as well. Warnings. I had written them. I couldn't remember what it all meant. The name Scratch filled me with dread. I could trust these words. I had to act on them. You must write to escape. Could manifest as reality in this dark place. I'd use my writing to project myself out of this room, like a deep-sea diver to go deeper and explore the depths of this prison for a way out. This room was my boat. Writing was my lifeline. I would start again at the talk show.
Welcome back. We have a great show for you here tonight. We'll treat all you Alex Casey fans out there. Alex Casey himself is here tonight. That's right. Sam Lake, ladies and gentlemen. The actor who has given his face to the famous detective in the film series. And of course we have Alan Wake here. The best-selling writer of the books the films are based on. Let's do this!
Welcome back, Cody. Hermione, that's cool. You think it's difficult to make a good new game plus. You think Dead Space, both the original and remake, did an excellent job of it. Never actually played through those, so I'm not familiar, but it is good when a mechanic gets done well in a game. And with this game, how they've done it, not only giving you back weapons that you collected and upgrades and stuff, but giving you some extra story things to experience that you don't in the regular game. This game feels like being stuck in a horror novel. Oh yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah, I like the idea of horror stories that use writers as main characters. I mean, Stephen King has a lot of protagonists that are actually writers, and I see that you mentioned you're getting H.P. Lovecraft vibes from this game. A movie that is very heavily inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, In the Mouth of Madness. It also deals with a writer, and in that movie, Sutter Kane is the author whose books are actually becoming reality and all that kind of stuff. You finished the first game back in the day, loved it. You had the remastered version, just haven't gotten to it yet. Do you think the writing and story in Alan Wake 2 are on par with the first one, or better? Well, I mean, I just think it's all part of the big sort of like overall narrative that's not just, in Alan Wake 1 and 2, but they do a lot of universe building and control, and it's like this big sort of like internal loop kind of thing where there's a lot of overlap and a lot of like meta aspects and all these layerings, and it's just like for some it might be really confusing, and it definitely can still be, but I think what they've done with Alan Wake and Control and everything like that is really fitting for that kind of approach, Sam Lake, who in reality gave his face to Max Payne, of course. Exactly. Hey Spectrum, hope it's going well. Hermione, what was the movie title again? It was In the Mouth of Madness. It's by director John Carpenter, and it's got Sam Neill in it. He plays a insurance fraud investigator who gets hired by the publisher of Sutter Kane's novels because he's gone missing, and they want to know if it's all some big insurance scam that he's trying to pull, or if actually something bad happened to him. And so they send Sam Neill's character John Trent to investigate. But also, I think I can't remember what position the character has in the company or whatnot, but someone gets sent with him to investigate. Is Control and Alan Wake connected? You never played Control, so try to answer spoiler-free, please. They are, Hermione, yeah. However, you don't have to play Control to understand Alan Wake. You could play Alan Wake and then Alan Wake 2 and then Control, and things that are in this, you'd be like, ah. So yeah, it works. It works multiple ways. It's like with Red Dead 1 and 2. You can play Red Dead 2 first because it's a prequel, and nothing in Red Dead 2 requires having played Red Dead 1, and it just works really well. You're doing well, Spectrum? Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. You have that film, Cody? Nice. Yeah, it is really good. I haven't seen it for a while. Hermione, insurance investigator begins discovering that the impact a horror writer's books have on his fans is more than inspirational. Exactly. Oh, you are? You're going to put it on your to-watch list? Excellent. Nice. For story, there's an argument to be made that it's better to go to RDR2 and RDR1. Well, I just do it because I like to play them in timeline order, because it just fits really well. But you could play Red Dead 1 and then play 2, and there's all these flash forwards to, foreshadowing of stuff that is callback. It's like a revolving door kind of thing. But yeah, whenever I do my annual playthroughs of Red Dead 2 and 1, I play them in timeline order.
Welcome back to the show. So, Alan, as the creator of the character, how do you feel about this?
Sorry, what?
I know it can be an awkward question with the man sitting right next to you, but I mean, how do you feel about him in the role of Casey? Does he look the part to you?
He looks exactly like I always imagined Casey to be. It's uncanny.
Thank you. That means so much to me. I'm a huge fan of your books.
So, what's the problem, Alan? Because on more than one occasion, you voiced your reservations about the adaptations.
It's not that. They're their own thing. They've gone with choices that are different from mine. I feel protective about my stories, and these adaptations... I don't know. I guess I just wish I could have been more involved in making them.
Well, in that case, you won't have seen this either. We have a clip from the new film, Murder Case Casey. Should we roll it, or do you want to say something first, Sam?
Nah, just roll it.
This city was an old scar that refused to heal. The rain made it fester. It needed the sun, but there was only the night. I was tired. Insomnia covered me like a plastic film. I was watching the world through a rain-slick window. My own reflection haunting the view. I was trying to track down a missing writer. My only clue was a table lamp, shaped like an angel. The only thing to shed light on this sordid mystery.
That's great! Murder Case Casey! Great job, Sam. Very exciting and very meta. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Wait, stop. What was that about a writer? About a lamp?
Indeed, Hermione, yep. And in that segment, it's his real voice as well. That's true, Spectrum. Yep, it's real footage. Yeah, yeah. Remedy like to do a lot of that stuff. There's other games too that has used live action stuff for quite a long time, but they do like to think outside the box when it comes to representing things visually and symbolically and all that kind of stuff. I can't wait to see what they're cooking up for Control 2. Hermione, geez, they're so good they're both referencing and making fun of Max Payne 1. That's it. Yeah. You better go before you spoil too much for yourself. I don't blame you, Hermione. It's a bit addictive as well because you're like, oh, what's going to happen next? It's like reading a book. Spectrum, that transition. Oh, yeah. I love... One of my favorite things in horror games is transition sequences. Like, there's just something about them when they're done well that is just chef's kiss. Hermione, yep, you encourage anyone who's a fan of Max Payne to go watch interviews with Sam Lake. He seems like a really cool guy. If Alan Wake 2 is anything like the original, you're going to love it. Well, yeah, I mean, there's obviously big differences. 13 years difference between the first and the second. And there's just things like, you know, in a shooting game when you reload your weapon and then you instantly aim and then shoot again? Well, in this game, sometimes the character will fumble the aim for some reason. So you have to literally, like, shoot, reload, wait, then aim again, and then shoot again. You know, you can't really go boom, 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 boom sometimes. So there are things here and there. You need to patch your remedy hole by playing Control. Yeah. Definitely recommend that game too.
Hello?
Ah, Lorraine! There you are, Tom. Oh, not so much evil that not a bit of good as well. Not one without the other. Good to see you.
Hey, I can't seem to find my way out of here. Can you point me to the exit?
No, totta helvetissä. Of course, Tom. The work will instruct its maker. I was gonna get something from the basement for you, but you can get it yourself now. The more cooks, the worse the soup.
Hermione, okay, Rod, enjoy the mad mind of Alan Wake. You're out of here as much as you want to stay. I definitely understand that, Hermione. Thank you so much for being here as long as you did. I really hope that you have a good one. And yeah, definitely recommend playing Control as well. Yeah, can't really go. Boom, 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 boom. Thanks for redeeming that, Spectrum. Is that from something, or is that just something you cooked up yourself? Either way, thank you for redeeming that.
What do you want me to get from the basement? And my name's Alan, not Tom.
Ja, mutta katoppa, kun a man's a man, but a man with a tool makes two, Tom. Eikö niin? And a man with a tool can build his own exit. It's in a shoebox, in the basement where you left it. Safe as in the Lord's purse. Here's the key.
Really? So I just said it. Listen, you said it describing Amy and shooting. It's just so funny because I didn't actually realize that you were just quoting what I had actually said.
I've been trying to find a way to escape the dark place. Any suggestions?
He who mulls about his troubles is the prisoner of his troubles. It's not easy to get out. But don't you worry, Tom. The home is still there where the heart is. I often think about it when I mop the floor and look into the puddle. Water is the memory of the world. Water finds its way.
Water is the memory of the world. I like that idea, you know, because of how much water is actually on the planet and how long water has been on the planet for and all that kind of stuff. Listen, you don't blame me. You have Alan Wake brain. Very true. Very true. It's like, say something and then someone quotes it back and then you do the impression and it's like, oh, that's cool. Where'd you get that from? It's like, from you. You said it. Cody, sorry, Rod. You have to go and play this now. You put me in that frame of mind. That was my plan all along. I don't blame you, Cody, for wanting to play. I'm like that with a lot of games too. It's like you see someone play it and you're like, I want to play that game now.
Have we met before? Are you trapped in the dark place too?
You remember Ahti, the janitor. You can't be lost if you don't worry about where you are headed. So don't worry, Tom. The sun will shine even into a heap of twigs. Just remember to turn on the lights. It won't take long when you get to work.
The janitor was a bit out there, but still a friendly face. I had to trust the basement would get me out of here.
That animation, like, the way Alan sort of like twisted himself and twirled through that, like, see if I can make it happen again. It's a shame the camera is as close to Alan as it is, because it'd be cool to actually see that in full.
Time is broken here. Maybe time never worked the way we think it does. It loops around. And yet it goes forward. A spiral. I thought I was finding remnants of the earlier loops, earlier drafts of my writing. The murder sites. That I had left clues, mementos for myself to guide me on, but maybe that's only part of it. If time is not a straight line, then there are loops beyond these loops. Vast complex superstructures beyond what's happening to me now, ahead of me. And I'm there as well, a version of me, something I have become, some elevated, enlightened virgin, an archon, a demiurge, a A demon of some sort playing a secret game, building something. His past self a pawn to get him there. A deus ex machina pushing me there. I hate the idea, a crazy, intrusive thought. And yet, no crazier than anything else here. An old lamp in a shoebox. Was this what the janitor had left for me? The lamp felt significant. A tool for bringing light to the darkness. I felt a magnetic pull between the lamp and the light overhead. Whoa! When the light jumped into my lamp, the whole room changed, like something in a dream. Opening a way forward, the lamp was humming. The bulb glowed. It held the light now. I felt another surge from the lamp. I could use it again. The glow in the lamp went out, shifting the light in the room. The light carved out something new from the darkness. I needed to find another way out.
I imagine with speedrunners with this game and these parts, it would be, well, it would probably get easy eventually, but to remember when you need this to grab light and keep it with you, instead of thinking, oh, I need to give the light to this source. And then you go to somewhere where it's like, you needed to get the light that you had and take it here. So that's essentially what's happening with this light, is you're basically transferring it from the lamp itself to a light source. And then you can draw it back from that light source back into your lamp.
The dark place wants to drown me. I'm losing myself. I have to fight it. I have to remember the clicker. The light switch. I lost it, but I have the lamp now. The lamp the switch was cut from. This place is a nightmare. Not real, and yet more real than anything. The danger and the horror real. It feeds off my mind, twisting whatever it takes into psychotic reality. I'm trapped here. I write to escape. I've tried this many times, written countless stories, forgotten how many. I keep failing, but I must keep trying. I use the story to dive deeper. Every word I write is a step forward on this spiral in the darkness. I dived to the bottom to find the answer, the map, and the key, and the compass. That's combined to form a door leading out. But how do you open a door that's not a door? At the bottom of an ocean, that's not an ocean. And a lake, that's not a lake.
Indeed, that is the question, and the question is the question, and the question is the answer to the question, which is the answer of the question. Any questions? No. Okay, so where is the shoebox? Here it is. So, yep. Ah, okay. So we might not have reached a point yet with Alan where items from the previous playthroughs are actually in that. Although, no, I can't remember now. Surely in my current playthrough, I actually dropped in some stuff to Alan's thing. New York!
The payphone was ringing. Somehow I knew the call was for me. Hello?
Alan Wake?
Yes.
Do you know who I am?
No? Who is this?
We'll get to that later. There are spies all over. Shadows.
A sense of deja vu washed over me. Had I had this conversation before?
Alan, listen to me carefully. Caldera Street Station, the subway. You need to go there. I'll call you again later. Make sure to pick up.
Do I know you? I know you from somewhere.
You've just forgotten again. We're in this together. Don't worry. I got you now. We've been working great.
I'm losing you. Hello? Hello? The man had said Caldera Street Station. I had to go there. The Caldera Street Station sign was there, but the entrance was missing. I had to make it appear. Maybe I could use the lamp to reveal the station entrance.
Is this the way it was on the page?
What the hell? Oh, hey. We met at Door's show.
Alan Wake, the writer. I'm Alex Casey. I'm looking into a murder.
Come on, what is this?
There's a piece of evidence, a manuscript of a novel. You wouldn't know anything about it?
A manuscript? What manuscript? I need to see it.
Rumor had it the manuscript contained the details of the murders. A murder cult was following the story to commit their gruesome acts. Was Wake their leader? Had he written it? How far would he go to create a perfect work of art? Or would he be the next victim? Stay here.
No, wait! I need a gun!
No chance.
Casey!
Damn it. I remember dying in this alley in a dream I had. He was just gonna keep killing me here, loop by loop. You're not gonna get what you want. You think you know. You know shit. You don't really wanna know. You're gonna get what's coming to you.
I needed his gun and flashlight to protect myself. This was an echo of the books I had written for years. Picking up Casey's gun felt like I was assuming the role of the detective. I had a light now. I needed to get back to the subway station entrance. There was something hidden here, a phrase repeated over and over. The words resonated with meaning. Had I written this?
Good. Okay, so this is one that I missed. Both in my first playthrough in October and in this current playthrough when I started from scratch. So we got a words of fix that we can utilize. So Wellness Retreat increases maximum health by 15%. God Rays increases max amount of health restored in safe havens by 30%. Wheels Within Wheels restores 50% of max health when a new word of power is discovered. Probably something a bit more short-term benefit would be good, I think. Will increase max health by 15%.
The dark place wants to drown me. I'm losing myself. I have to fight it. I have to remember it. The clicker. The light switch. I lost it, but I have the lamp now. The lamp the switch was cut from. This place is a nightmare. Not real, and yet more real than anything. The danger and the horror real. It feeds off my mind, twisting whatever it takes into psychotic reality. I'm trapped here. I write to escape. I've tried this many times, written countless stories, forgotten how many. I keep failing, but I must keep trying. I use the story to dive deeper. Every word I write is a step forward on this spiral into darkness. I dive to the bottom to find the answer, the map and the key, the compass, that's combined to form a door leading out. But how do you open a door that's not a door? At the bottom of an ocean that's not an ocean, and a lake that's not a lake. the alley in darkness now, restless shadows block my way. Oh, fuck!
This isn't your story.
I could use the light to bend the shadows. The shadows faded out. Until they didn't. They were trying to stop me. With the gun and flashlight, I could fight back. I could use the light to open the subway entrance now.
Okay, so now we can actually access whatever weapons you had Alan put into the shoebox, or what the game remembers that you've already actually unlocked as a weapon. Now we've reached the point where they put it into the shoebox for Alan. Cool.
Hello?
Oh. Hey, Alan. You snuck up on me.
Sorry. Have we met?
Memory problems again, huh? Yeah, we've met. Tim Breaker. We've shared notes. Hey, I've made some progress on the map if you want to take a look. I still haven't found my mystery man, though.
You're making a map?
Trying to. It's hard to map a dream, though. I keep ending up in unexpected places. I find interesting things like those strange markings that react to the light, but never the one thing that I'm looking for. Feel free to check the map out. Oh, I've been stockpiling supplies while I poke around. If you find a stash, take anything you need.
I appreciate the help. Who's this mystery man?
Oh, it wouldn't be much of a mystery if I knew. All I have is a name. Warland Dorr.
The talk show host?
No. No, that doesn't sound like him. The guy has many disguises, but a talk show host? No. I'll keep looking. Oh, that's my crazy wall. I'm just trying to make sense of things. Don't judge me.
I'll trade you walls any day.
See you around, Alan.
Alan Wake. Me.
The gates to the platform were closed. I had a ticket. Something about the station platform felt significant. It would work in my writing, but I needed more. Something lingered here. A half-forgotten memory. An echo.
An FBI agent had come here before me on the trail of a murder cult. He'd gone missing, presumed dead. The cult was leaving me clues to follow, connecting the dots from one murder to the next, inviting me to draw an obscene picture on the city map. Caldera Street Station. The name made me think of the exit wound of a bullet.
I had a flash of inspiration. The ghost of my fictional detective. A story thread I could use in my writing. I had a location. I had a story thread. I would put them together, write them into my story to create a path deeper into the dark place. Things clicked into place. The story rang true. I was making progress. The dark place reacted to my story. The way into the tunnels was no longer blocked. The Fed had glimpsed into the maw of darkness. It swallowed him whole. The tracks led into the tunnel. That was my way forward. The blood trail continued deeper into darkness.
Wake.
Hey there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. How's things going? Alan Wake 2 is going really well. We're a few chapters into New Game Plus now. It's been going great. I wasn't thinking, and my first playthrough's progress in terms of what I collected was also remembered, not just my second playthrough's stuff. So it doesn't matter if you've got a playthrough on another save file, whatever you've unlocked will actually come through on New Game Plus, because New Game Plus in this game is actually a separate thing that you select at the main menu. So I think that's kind of interesting and kind of cool.
Shit. I don't like the sound of that. The tunnels were a maze. The blood trail led me on. Another place to use in the story. I needed to search the tunnels for further visions. Inspiration for the story that would lead me deeper. I had a new idea for a scene. I changed the story. And with that, the dark place changed.
It's bad luck to be on this case. The cult can get you anywhere with that black magic shit. Let the day shift handle it. What happened, anyway?
Some Fed came looking for the cult, but it was a trap. A satanic blood sacrifice.
Anyone who gets involved with the cult, they're next. I heard their leader is this famous writer, Alan Wake. Their unholy motherfucking messiah.
Sounds like a load of bull.
It's bullshit. All of it.
The blood trail disappeared under the rubble. I had a feeling something was waiting there.
Thank you for the GGs, Senny. Muchly appreciated. I'm finishing the main game. That's interesting. It carries everything from any save file over. It would be nice to have a choice record as well. That's true. Yeah, it would be good. Then that way you could sort of like control whether or not you want one kind of experience versus another as well.
Another echo lingered here, a source of inspiration.
We know. Word is your research can help me, ma'am. What do you know?
There's more than one urban legend about the cult of the word. The murder cult used these tunnels for their ritual sacrifices. They say the cult reenacted the murders in Alan Wake's crime books. That Wake was even involved somehow, under a false identity. Mr. Scratch, which is, of course, a nickname for the devil himself.
It was disturbing finding myself in the story this way, but I was desperate.
Wake
and it felt right for the story. The water was gone. The way forward was open.
Hey, Alan. Tim Breaker, in case you don't remember again.
I know, Tim. I'm remembering more now.
It's good to hear, man.
How's your search for Mr. Door going?
It's not great. This dream we're in, putting a lot of roadblocks in my way.
So you think this is a dream?
I'm not ruling it out. You know, my dreams have always been incredibly vivid. They feel real until the second I wake up. In the dreams, I'm often someone else. A different person with a different name, living a different life in a different world. It's alternate realities, maybe. But certain things don't change. Like Door.
In one reality, you have ice creation and manipulation powers. In another universe, you have time manipulation powers. In another universe, you are a beer drinking, flirtatious brother who has the hots for the captain of the ship. I'm referring to Man of Medan. Actor Sean Ashmore plays Conrad in that game. And Quantum Break is the Remedy game in which he plays someone with time manipulation powers. Ice manipulation powers is X-Men, the first 3 X-Men movies that they did, the live-action ones. He's been in heaps of other stuff too. He was even in Smallville, which was the Clark Kent / Superman series, live-action series and stuff as well. But he actually has a twin brother as well. But I can't remember his brother's name. But yeah, he actually has a twin brother. In the first X-Men movie, there's a scene where Mystique makes herself look like Bobby and gets Rogue to run away because he says to Rogue, you know, everyone wants you to leave because, you know, they say that you tried to kill another mutant or something like that. But it was actually Mystique. I think there's a moment where 2 of them are in the scene together, maybe. I can't remember, but yeah, he has a twin brother in real life.
The sketch you have does look like the Door I know. The talk show host.
All I know is the Door has something to do with what's happening to me. And he knows that I know. He's like some sadistic mastermind torturing me.
And now they know that we know that they know that we know.
I must hold on to it. I remember an awful beacon in the darkness, the scene of a ritualistic murder site in the subway tunnels. Is it a previous draft of my writing? Must be. I've been trying to shape the dark place around me, but so much fades away. Even my memory of the process, washed away by dark waves. But some things remain. The darkest, nastiest elements, like the murder site. It's my goal, a stepping stone to travel deeper to escape. Write a narrative that takes me there. Casey will lead me to it. The plot element I found would drive the story forward.
For New Game Plus, I'm not going to replay the Alex Casey little vignettes in the actual menu thing, the collectible menu, but I will still do that for the Alan Wake videos.
The train blocked my way forward, but it was here for a reason. It had a role to play. The new scene I had found was important for the story. The story thread felt right here.
This is where the history of the cult gets genuinely disturbing. The cultists tracked down the torchbearers living in the tunnels. They locked the poor folks up in a derailed subway car, doused it in gasoline. Yeah.
Charming.
It turns into a bit of a ghost story after that. They say the dark smoke from the fire still roams the tunnels searching for new victims to devour.
There are no happy endings in this city.
The story thread felt important. I could use it in one of the scenes I'd found. I had a new beat for the story. A sick and twisted story. But it worked. The subway car had become a burnt husk. I could get through it now. None of this was real. It was all real.
Hey, Lizzie. Wait, isn't Casey the director of Redacted? No, that's Jesse. Jesse Faden. Alex Casey is a detective that Alan Wake wrote a series of novels about. Lizzie, you were thinking of the old director. Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah. Sorry, you were using character names and that threw me off, or whatnot. But yeah, Director Trench in Control is voiced by James McCaffrey, who passed away recently. He voiced Max Payne, as well as Thomas Zane in Alan Wake 1, as well as Director Trench in Control, as well as Alex Casey in... Well, he did a manuscript page in Alan Wake 1 as Alex Casey, and then he did Alex Casey again in this game. Sorry, Lizzie, I got mixed up because you were using character names.
The plot changes shape the world around me.
Alan Wake.
Shit!
welcome to normal mode, which is really hard mode. They really messed up with making the name of the difficulty match the actual elements that should make it that difficulty. So you got story mode, which is easy, but it feels like normal mode in any other game. Then you have normal, which feels like hard on any other game. Then I think you've got hard mode, which probably is more like nightmare mode on any other game as well. Hey Adrian, welcome. Why is that, Adrian? I'm out of the know. I must know, otherwise my life will be different.
My path was blocked. I had to find a way through. The lights would help me.
Adrian, they want to be the R company. Ah, okay. Oh well, good luck to them both. Adrian personally preferred Remedy's previous logo with the bullet, so if they have to go back to that, you won't mind. Yeah, that was a good one. But yeah, I guess some people might confuse the two, but considering Rockstar's logo has more than just an R shape on it, it'd be like someone getting confused with the Superman S and Mario's S in his name. It's like they're very vastly different looking S's. Alright, so with these, once you've found one, you can't find it again on New Game Plus. That's fair enough. Or rather, you can find them still, but you can't. Oh no, you can. Oh, good.
Alan Wake.
Words of gun. Greases flowgun projectiles area effect. Let's go with the shotgun again. Adrian, have you been to the building lobby that sends you right back out through the same door even though you only move forward? I think so. Then again, maybe I haven't, or maybe I have. I'm a bit like Alan in this game. Up could be down, or it could be left, or right could be up.
The echoing hall had a story to tell. I had a new scene to use, a new setting. The hall had changed into the murder cult's hideout. The cultists were close now, a dark presence rising from the depths.
Adrian, clever trick. The game basically teleports you in the middle of the room. Yeah. Yeah, I probably did experience that, but it's just in a long line of scenarios and events, in a long line of events and scenarios that have happened in the past, I don't know, few days of playing the game.
My writing was affecting reality.
I'm lost in the dark.
The Fed had witnessed something here that made him run scared. Whether the summoning ritual had been a bona fide supernatural event or the mass psychosis of stark raving lunatics, it didn't change the facts. The cult was messing with things no one should mess with.
The ritual was a vital part of the story, the key to reaching the murder site. This new plot beat would carry me deeper into the story. This was dark, but the story had to be dark.
Alan Wake.
Rosie, you realize enemies would drop loot. It's like your one issue with the game. On easy and normal, they actually do, but not all the time though. But they can actually drop some loot. It's kind of like randomized. Okay, words of action. Increases damage dealt to enemies in close proximity. Makes Alan 20% harder for enemies to detect. Decreases damage received from the darkness projectiles. Let's do Never There. Stealth. Be right back, everyone. Laptop's having RAM issues. Need to restart it and then catch up on chat in a moment.
Turns out the cultists weren't the only ones using the tunnels. Hidden graffiti signs marked secret routes. I kept hearing whispers around burn barrels of an underground society of mystic outsiders with hidden knowledge. Typical New York.
Alan Wake.
Yeah, Rosie. Yeah. Because in the first playthrough that I did, I swear that there wasn't anything that they dropped. And I played on normal mode for the first playthrough that I did in October last year, and yeah. It could have been something that they added when they added New Game Plus as well.
Darkness inside. Stop using the words. Good.
Come on!
Shit!
another words of fix. Increases maximum health. Yes, definitely we do want that. So good, I'm finding a lot more than I did in my first playthrough. Words of Aid. Increases hand flare's area of effect by 30% duration by 1 second. See, this is why in this game they nerfed things like your flares and your, like the hand flare and the flare gun, because they have these abilities and perks. Increases effectiveness of trauma pads. Increases effect duration of painkillers by 1 second. I'll go for this. Rosie, you just don't think running is fun or interesting gameplay and engaging strategically should be more rewarding than avoidance? Yeah. I mean, the Silent Hill games have a lot of that too, where you can pretty much just run past enemies. I mean, there are situations in those games where they basically have a tight corridor and it's, difficult to dodge, but the majority of the time it's like, oh, there's 5 enemies in this big open space. I'll just run around them. Listen to flares. You mean you get out of jail free cards in Alan Wake 1? Yeah, listen to, yeah, like it. I know it just feels like that you're just tickling the enemy with that. But yeah, and I still get caught by it, but it's that thing of if Alan in this game is reloading a flashlight, you can't back out of the reloading flashlight animation. Plus, it automatically happens. So you can't have it where you use the blast of your torch enough times for it to go down to nothing, and then decide when you want to actually reload it at that point. It automatically reloads it and prevents you from cancelling the reload animation. So what ends up happening is you'll be aiming the torch at an enemy and you'll be shining it on them, and then you go to shoot them, but Alan might already be starting to reload the battery, which means the enemy keeps moving towards you, and by the time the animation for that is finished, they're up in your face, and the camera's up in your face, and it's all over the place, And then, once the battery has been reloaded, you have to wait a split second before you dare to aim the weapon and then shoot straight away, So yeah, that's my big issue with the combat in this, is just that I know it's not realistic. Like if you were changing the battery of a torch to actually engage with an enemy, you'd have to just drop the torch completely and then aim with your gun and shoot, But there is a sort of like balance that video games need to get between realism and gameplay logic. And sometimes you need to let realism go out the window just to have the game logic of the character can just stop reloading the battery and automatically start aiming to shoot, all that kind of stuff. Listen, actually, that's the flashbangs. It's like a smoke bomb in AC. Yeah, and I mean, I can have a look at them all. There's probably something that relates to the flare. Is it Words of Lamp? Yeah, so in the headlights provides increased chance to stun enemies on flashlight boost as well. So yeah, they've got a lot of stuff that's just tied to these, which means they've nerfed it like in normal. Same with the flare gun and stuff. Yeah, listen, it's just so annoying, It's like, and you would think logically, if you're pressing in the left trigger first, it doesn't matter how quick you're pressing the right trigger afterwards. The the game should recognize which trigger has been pressed first within a split second of it happening, and then recognizing within a split second of the next press happening that that's what the player wants to do. They want to aim and shoot. They don't want to aim and then have the character fumble with the aim and then get hit by the enemy and get stun locked as well. Even on easy mode, there was a part where I kept on getting knocked down, and before I could get back up and start running, I got knocked back down again, rinse and repeat, 2 or 3 times. Listen, the stun locks are never okay. Never. It's just so annoying. And then you get games where the enemy gets shot and they just don't react at all. They do for the next shot after, but then the next shot after that, nothing. In the early Uncharted games, well, I mean, the first 3 Uncharted games that happens, like you can have Drake shooting at an enemy, and 2 out of the 3 bullets that 2 out of the 4 bullets you might shoot in a row actually make the character that you're shooting react to the hit. This is the make one slight pixel wrong move and you're dead. Rosie, have you found any bonuses by switching environments in unexpected
the
ways?
dark presence. It was gone.
Nothing substantial that I remember. But sometimes you might find, like, I think earlier there was like a voice coming through the radio that you don't hear unless you switch the scene to a specific, you put the element of the plot that you want to in that scene to make the difference.
The tunnel was open now. I could get through. Shit.
I don't know about you, Alan, but I'd be fucking sprinting, not jogging. I know not having unlimited stamina in the first game can be very annoying, but at least you can actually get bursts of faster speed.
The dark presence. I had seen it before. I remembered now. It was always out there, hunting me.
Whereas this is like jog. It's like, no, you have something running up, chasing you that will literally kill you. Run your fucking ass off as fast as you can. Don't just jog. But I mean, there's plenty of games where it happens. In the reboot Tomb Raider games, in the gameplay, Lara can sprint really fast, but in certain sequences, she forgets that she can run really fast and sort of like runs at a slower speed because they want the sequence to be kind of like savored a bit more by making it seem like Lara at any point could fumble or, the odds are stacked against her or something like that. But sometimes it's a bit annoying because you're like, Come on, game. We know the character can run faster than this.
I had found the murder site. Somehow the victim's heart was the key.
And then it's also the same for, like, Lara has, like, a rifle, a shotgun, a pistol. But what does she use in every single scenario in a cutscene where there's heavily armored enemies? A bow and arrow. Like, there's that bit where you're rescuing Etzli in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And in the cutscene, Lara is using her bow and arrow when she clearly has a rifle on her back. It's like, you know, I know it's sort of like, you know, suspension of belief kind of thing, but, you know, these are sort of like video game tropes that you can see.
Something had shifted. I felt an overwhelming closeness to home. An FBI agent? Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
She can hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI.
This is Alan Wake. I'm trapped here. The dark place. Under Cauldron Lake.
Cauldron Lake. Who are you?
I'm trying to escape. I'm making progress, but I'm in danger. The dark presence. Help me. Please, help me.
I could sense it. I was closer to home. Had the woman in the vision helped me somehow? Something had changed. Outside. Parliament Tower. Where I'd lived with Alice. It was out there. Waiting for me. Who was writing who? Who was writing this poem? Me? No.
Rosie, just me, does the guy from the prologue look like Colin Robinson, Energy Vampire? You think it's this guy? No idea who that is, Rosie, sorry. But maybe if I saw what they looked like, because sometimes I see so many, like, you know, actors and stuff in so many different things that I might visually remember them, because I'm more someone who's better at remembering faces than I am with people's names, unless the person has a name that is common, or it's a name that I already know someone else who has the same name, or, you know, relatives and stuff like that. But yeah, maybe if I saw what they looked like, I might be able to remember if I saw them in something. But having said that, though, if you asked me to describe in great detail what someone looked like, I can't help you. Show me pictures upon pictures of what the person might look like, and then maybe I might be able to go, yep. It's like deciding when I see something that I like the aesthetics of. I don't really know until I see it. Can't really describe what it is about it that I'm looking for to have that result, but it's just something where it's like, I know it when I see it kind of thing. But yeah, I'm more of a visual person.
I felt stepping to the murder site, I felt it hanging in the air. A meaning, the violent emotion of the act, like a cloud of wrath. The dead eyes of the victim staring at something it couldn't see. and yet making you aware of it. Something had soaked into this place on a molecular level, overlapping with your meaningless existence. Regression to something you had managed to forget. Marking you, taking you for a ride, making you crazier.
Another word of a gun. Well, I may as well get another personal space increase, and the final one. Increases knockback force of Alan's shotgun from 30 to now 50%. Alright, so I maxed out my first ever thing in this game.
The station had changed. I was closer now.
I write. Writing is the key. Art is the key to find my way out of the dark place. I can't forget this. Don't you fucking forget this. I'm a writer. I write. Writing is the key. Art is the key to find my way out of the dark place. I can't forget this. Don't you fucking forget this. I'm in the dark place. I'm outside time and space. Outside reality. But this is real. A nightmare dimension. An ocean of darkness. Remember, its dark energy can make art come true. Make dreams and nightmares come true. Yes, I can use this. I need to use this. Hungry, monstrous things. They're plotting to stop me. To devour me. Become me. Oh no.
There's definitely room within the logic of this this game's story to explain it, but Alan is lucky that this typewriter never needs to have its ink cartridge replaced or anything like that, or that through all the typing he's done, the keys don't get damaged, or his fingers don't literally, get layers upon layers of skin after a while taken off the off the tips and things.
Parliament Tower, our home in New York. Was I really this close to being home? Going up to our apartment? Would I be home? Or was this just an echo of the real thing? Even then, the murder site had brought me one step closer to escape. Time loses meaning here. How long have I been trying to escape? Long enough for Alice to think I'm dead. The payphone at the edge of the plaza was ringing again.
Adrian, the typewriter runs on pure darkness ink. It never runs out at all, ever.
Hey, Alan. Thank God it picked up. I thought I lost you again.
Who are you? Why are you helping me?
Did you go deeper? To the overlap?
Are you talking about the murder site? Yeah, I did.
That's fantastic, Alan. We're closer to getting out. We're making progress.
Well, we would be if you would answer my damn questions.
Last time we spoke, you were pretty worried about Alice. Did you ever check Parliament Tower? To make sure she really got out of the dark place?
Well, of course she got out. That's why I'm here. That's the whole goddamn point.
Be very dark presence is stealing from you, it can already manifest as your double. Scratch will
Wait, hello?
Rosie, so this is Matthew Peretta on the phone, right? Like you mean the person who was speaking to Alan? Because if so, I think it's someone else. I think it might actually be... Well, I don't know for sure. I haven't actually looked. But... have a look on IMDb. Can't see the actual character name in IMDb that I know the character that Alan was talking to see who plays the voice of the guy that Alan was talking to. It doesn't seem like they have that on IMDb. Oh, hang on. No. Yeah, so you got like a certain amount of characters are in the IMDb for Alan Wake 2, and obviously the actor for those characters. Then you've got a whole lot of actors who are just credited as voice, and then you've got some other ones, but they're just basically general names for characters and stuff, like character types. Like, Guard 1 or Guard 2 would be in a game or something. Sounded like him, yeah. I mean, who knows? It could be. Like, he could be doing it. But yeah, they've only got Matthew Peretta credited as a few characters, but not the one that I know that he's talking to. The only reason I'm not mentioning his name is just in case there's people who don't know who it is in their own playthrough yet.
The writer. Maybe he was a victim. The cult, using his words. Or maybe he was the monster behind it all. Either way, Alice Wake, his ex, she knew things. It was there in her art for all to see. A cry for help. The darkness she'd witnessed. And that put her in danger.
Was Alice here? In the story? Alice. What was that? Like a ray of warm light, I felt her presence. It gave me strength to go on.
Uh-huh. Interesting. This is a New Game Plus collectible that I just got.
The writer.
Don't think there's a visual for it, no. Uh-huh. Cool. That's a little collectible that's not in the regular version of the game. I mean, there's multiple ways you could put it, but that's probably the best way to put it. Or you could say New Game versus New Game Plus, where New Game is just starting from scratch. The New Game Plus, of course, isn't. Well, it is, but you get the stuff that you had before.
Alice's photo equipment. Set to go off when the door opens.
Get out! Leave me alone! Alice! Alice! Alice. This is a photo of Scratch. How did Alice get this? Is he stalking her? Alice's memory card.
When I was younger, photography was everything to me. I moved to New York thinking I'd make it as an artist. And then I met Alan. We had a good thing. We were both dedicated by our creative ambitions. The only difference was that Alan's work made money. He brought me work when he could. I took his promo shots, created covers for his books. I'm sure he forced his publisher into it. I was taking photos, just not my photos. And that gnawed at me. Things got complicated sometimes, but that's life, right? We loved each other. Then Alan hit a block. I brought out a meaner side of him. One I didn't like. I set up a trip to see a doctor in Washington. I didn't tell him until we got there. We argued. Things went wrong. And he was just gone. Drowned, allegedly. It's easy for people to think it was my fault. Hell, I do, too, sometimes. About 6 years ago, I started hearing noises in the night. Typewriter keys clacking. Voices. Alan was back. Haunting me. Then it got violent. It was Alan. And yet, it was a monster. He always did have anger in him. I set up cameras around the apartment with motion sensors and flashes. Now, when the monster comes, I turn it into art. My nightmares caught on film. And this is the focus of my new exhibition. To show people the world is so much darker than they ever knew. I'm calling this exhibit The Dark Place.
Alice. Scratch was terrorizing her. Why? I sat in the writer's room and wrote a story. Initiation. To project myself through the dark place, to look for a way out. The story had brought me here, brought me nowhere. Looped me back. I was writing the story. And in the story, I now stepped into the writer's room. But there was no one here writing it.
Okay, let's recap what you've told us so far, Alan. For the past 13 years, you've been trapped in a nightmare dimension called the Dark Place. Yeah. It's like New York, but it's not New York. And can be reached from the bottom of Cauldron Lake, but it's not really under the lake. And after all this time, you've managed to get out.
Yeah.
But so has your evil doppelganger. Mr. Scratch? Or is it the Dark Presence?
Both. It's interchangeable. He's Scratch when he looks like me, but he can change into this other form.
And Scratch, the Dark Presence, wants to rewrite the world in his own image.
Which would be in your image, as he looks just like you.
And turn the world into a fucking nightmare.
During Deerfest, which is scheduled to take place in a couple of days. You got out of the Dark Place by writing a novel, the pages we've been finding. But your double edited it into a horror story that's now changing reality, taking over people, making them crazy, bringing the Dark Place to Bright Falls.
Yes, fiction coming in contact with the Dark Place can change reality. The story is coming true, soaking into everything like darkness when night falls. But last time
This will be back in 2010.
Yes, last time it didn't happen all at once. The story came true bit by bit as it unfolded. And that dark presence was still bound to the lake. I stopped it before it got the ending it wanted. Before it broke free. Based on that, there's still time.
Which brings us to your magical light switch.
The clicker. Magical doesn't quite cover it. Scratch wants it to bring about his ending. That can't happen. If I can get the clicker, I can send him back to the Dark Place, make all this shit go away. Look, I know it's batshit crazy. My memory is full of holes, and I'm not sure how much I can trust. It's like a half-forgotten dream.
Mr. Wake, Alan, we've seen our share of batshit crazy in the past 24 hours. What I want to know is, why am I? Why are we written into the story?
I think I saw you. Or a vision of you in the Dark Place. I think you helped me reach out and escape somehow. With that in the story, Scratch would have edited it to get to you. To hurt you. We are all in danger.
It's insane. And there's so much of it.
Alright, so it won't let me interact with this just yet. But that is okay, because this is good timing. Hey there, Drake. Welcome on in to the brother that you wish you had. It's Rod. Oh, welcome on in, Drake. Welcome, dude. How's things going? Rosie, he always had anger in him. Begs the question, if Alan were a better man, would Scratch be as bad or even exist? Love that guilt trip. Yeah, I guess it all, like, there's so many different, like, things you could look at and, all that kind of stuff. And I guess in one way, it's like certain people have certain triggers that if pushed enough, they'll, like, for example, if someone gets, pushed enough and they start to feel like they're getting put into a corner, they might lash out, and push someone away or, get angry or worse, But yeah, in Alan Wake 1 with him, punching paparazzi and Mott as well, like the kidnapper, and well, they didn't actually kidnap anyone because Alice wasn't kidnapped, but they just pretended that she was to get Alan, to go to the lodge. But you see flashes of anger that Alan has as well, and that obviously manifests as Mr. Scratch in Alan Wake 1. And those elements and things like that is definitely what they're playing with Mr. Scratch as well in, the other media, American Nightmare and that. Although in American Nightmare, he's more like a mischievous Joker, kind of like wisecracking kind of villain, whereas in this, he's more beast-like, more guttural, more vicious, rabid dog type sort of thing, Okay, Rod, about time for you to get your day started here shortly. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I definitely will. This is actually where I was going to end it, because we're at a point now where we can actually choose to go back to Alan or stick with Saga. And in my first playthrough, when I got to this point, I think I stuck with Saga for a bit longer and then switched back to Alan. And then in the first portion of this playthrough, I basically just kept playing as what character the game put me into the shoes of. But in this part, the New Game Plus, I'm actually going to do something different. So at the start of next stream, I'm actually going to switch to Alan again and do more of his stuff. So it's been cool to play through the game 3 different times, essentially, and choose 3 different ways to, go through the story and stuff. But that's no worries at all, Lucinda. I hope that you have a great start to your day and also to your stream as well. Draco, man, it feels so strange playing an Alan Wake game, not as Alan Wake. You're good, man. Just revisiting GTA 5 again. Well, that's good that you're revisiting that game. And yeah, I guess on one level it could. I just love what they did with the story and having 2 characters and... it's the duality, which is something that obviously you've got Mr. Scratch and Alan, the duality of, those characters and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't mind playing as a different character in games, even if the game is titled after the character. It doesn't really worry me. It's just like, how is the story done? But yeah, I was very happy with this game. Whereas interesting that Scratch wants the clicker while Alan is like, give it to me instead. Yeah, he's like, oi. Draco, man, you remember that situation featuring the quiet kid in class? Yeah, you got the quiet, and then you got the class clown, and, Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda's actually doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 7. She finished it on normal and is now doing it on Madhouse difficulty on PC. She's getting a lot of the Resident Evil games that she's had on PlayStation on PC this time around, and is going to be doing various playthroughs from time to time of different Resident Evil games. Also playing through Assassin's Creed at the moment, currently on Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and after she's finished that, she's going to play through Mirage as well. And yeah, Lucinda at the moment is doing like an alternating thing from week to week. So 1 week it's the primary game, which is Assassin's Creed for now, and then the secondary game is at the moment Resident Evil 7. A great streamer with a very cool sense of humor, and you'll definitely have a fun time in Lucinda's channel. Lucinda, you still got the boat section, although it's understandable to feel the playthrough ended. Yeah, the boat. It's like, but wait, there's more. It's like, oh, couldn't they put it at the, like, in all honesty, it probably could have just been like a prologue sequence at the start of the game, but, I guess that would take away from their kind of like angle of, let's just show, bit by bit and have this mystery of what happened to Mia and all that. It ended in our hearts. Exactly. It was like, that's it. That's the end. Thank you so much for being here, Lucinda. I really do hope you have a great start to your stream. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing Hitman World of Assassinations. He played through Hitman 1, as in the newer ones. So he's doing a playthrough of the second one, I do believe. This is where I'm going to end my stream. So the next stream of this will be when it's Wednesday for me. And we're going to continue on as Alan. So at the start of next stream, and let's have a look. When was the last save? 10 minutes ago. I probably would have stopped doing things 10 minutes ago. I'll just load that up and see where it puts us. So yeah, I wanted to make a decent chunk of progress at the start of the New Game Plus portion of this playthrough. Cool, so it puts us here, which will act well as a recap. So we'll go to the main menu. There we go. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I've still got a few days up my sleeve to get this playthrough done. But I think doing this big chunk will definitely go towards giving me a head start on stuff. And I'll announce what the next game to replace Alan Wake 2 will be when we get closer to ending this. But it's something that I only thought of doing last year, but I didn't get time to do it. And I thought, well, it's the start of a new year. Well, relatively close to it now. Time just goes so quick, it's almost February. But I'll be able to actually fit it in. So, yeah. But that's all I'll say for now. But I just want to thank everyone for watching. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles. Just want to give some more shout outs though before we do. Would also like to highly recommend people check out Mr. Gote as well as Shillerlock. Mr. Gote does games like Mortal Kombat 11, Hunt Showdown. He's also a fan of the horror series Outlast. Also games like Dead Space, Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry by Supermassive. Shillerlock is playing through Assassin's Creed Black Flag at the moment. He's doing a challenge playthrough where he can't upgrade the ship, he can't upgrade Edward, and he can't fast travel at all. He can't even use the boat that is on land to fast travel to the ship. So he's doing a challenge playthrough of that game at the moment, and he's also a fan of horror games like Dead by Daylight, as well as the Dark Pictures series also. Plays through those games too. A great streamer, another great streamer to check out, so highly recommend. And let's kick off the raid. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. There's one with some free follower emotes. And there is a variation for subscribers to be able to use. The next stream you'll see from me will be this again. This is still going to be my Monday to Friday game, but I definitely think I'll be finishing it this week. On Saturday, I'll be jumping back into my Red Dead Redemption 2 annual playthrough as well. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you have a good one. Until next time.